housing would certainly be very beneficial to LA County in the future years.
Great.
Public-private partnerships are also very helpful in terms of infill development, mixed-use development. These are unique opportunities, but there are some private companies that are very interested in this and in working with the city in order to try to create workforce housing units. And so I think that, again, it's going to be many small increments that will get us there. It's not going to be one huge sweeping change, and the council obviously will be balancing many different priorities.
Mentioning the upcoming vote on Proposition 98, which would affect residential property, District 6 Council Member Tony Cardenas wants to know how many units will be needed to keep up with demand.
An initiative coming up on the ballot in June, and it's called Proposition 98. And it appears to be looking into changing how California would be allowed to have rent control throughout the state of California. Are you familiar at all with that proposition?
I must confess that I'm not, actually.
Okay.
But
the reason why I ask you is because obviously if there were a massive change like that, it would affect tomorrow's presentations that you might have when it comes to housing, because obviously we do have rent control in certain areas being exercised in certain parts of our city and certain parts of the state of California, and it certainly affects certain communities' abilities to have accessible rents, people who have been there for a while, etc. So I was just curious if you had studied that yet.
we haven't had an opportunity yet, what can I say? Rents were incredibly low for the early part of this decade. I mean, in terms of rent increases, the rents have never been low, but the rent increases have been low. They shot up quite a bit in 2005, 2006, and I'm relieved to see that actually that the rent increases now, once again, will be fairly low, and in some instances less than actually what is afforded by rent control.
Now, what kind of housing stock do we need to add in the city of Los Angeles, just round figures, in order for us to keep up with the demand? Or how far behind are we to date, and then what kind of rate are we growing at as a city?
Roughly about 10,000 units a year is sort of what would be
The
sort
demand.
of a minimum, yes,
Yeah.
in terms of that has slowed down in recent years because the economy has slowed down and the loss of jobs. But we expect this to be fairly temporary this year, maybe next year, and then we expect that things will be picking up again, but roughly on the order of 10,000 new units a year.
District 4 Council Member Tom LaBonge asks about earlier trends in housing and inquires about other cities around the country.
Just to go back maybe 20 years, what was the trend if you've looked at over the years? Because there was a period
Yes.
in the 1990s where there was no development in housing. Could you
Yes.
explain that so we look back?
Exactly. There was actually overdevelopment in apartments in the late 80s, in that we think 10,000 units a year now is a lot, but in the late 80s they were building more than 50,000 units of apartments each year. And in that time, they were actually overbuilding some of the units. And then when the 1990 recession hit, which really impacted LA very hard because of the defense layoffs, you see, we had a tremendous excess supply of apartments as well as single-family homes. And it took almost, between 5 to 8 to 10 years to work through that inventory.
And that's where we are today now, that's that period of the last 7 to 10 years has been the building period?
The last 7 to 10 years, they've actually been building condominiums, but the builders have cut back. They have never built as many units as they did in the late 80s. Where the building has primarily been focused has been out in Riverside and San Bernardino.
Right.
That's where they've been building a lot of new homes,
Right.
and mostly for low to moderate income families.
And not just in the Inland Empire, but around Southern California. Where else in the country are challenges like this, if you study?
Florida has some similar challenges. Las Vegas, oddly enough, also has some challenges because they've become sort of an inland port.
Right.
And in addition, of course, to the gaming industry. So there have been a lot of people moving to Las Vegas. They've been building a lot of housing. They overbuilt, actually, so they can rest for a while
bit.
and have plenty of housing for people.
And,
But
most
Florida has
important-
been challenging. The East Coast is very challenging. Building around Washington, D.C., New York, or Boston, where these are older communities, there isn't a lot of available land. And that's what we have in L.A. County now. We don't have a lot of huge land parcels.
Expressing her appreciation for the report, District 15 Councilmember Janice Hahn explains the impact of the housing downturn as it relates to trade at the Los Angeles port.
You know, these problems are really, circular. The downturn in the housing market has an amazing effect on a couple of areas. One very key that a lot of people don't realize, but because of the downturn in the housing, imports at the Port of Los Angeles have been down. Why? The number one import coming into the Port of Los Angeles is, what do you think?
Wood. Construction.
Furniture.
Furniture, right? Wood.
Furniture is the number one import. So when people are not buying houses and wanting to, put furniture in their house, that we see that immediately out on the docks. And you can always tell when there's a downturn in the movement out at the port that this is what's happening. Well, what happens when there's less goods coming into the port? That affects jobs. And the number one industry in Los Angeles is the international trade industry. So this has a huge impact all the way around. A lot of people think, well, it's just a little downturn in the housing market, but it really does have an amazing impact on a lot of these things that we come to take for granted, particularly as it relates to trade coming through the Port of Los Angeles. So I just took this opportunity to say it does impact everything that we're doing. A lot of people don't realize why jobs are slow at the port right now, and it has a direct impact to the housing market.
After naming the communities that make up his District 11, Councilmember Bill Rosendahl talks about traffic gridlock and shrinking affordable housing on the west side.
Okay, so this is my reality in my district. I have no affordable housing anymore. I can't keep affordable housing. The price of land has gone through the roof. Even with this recession we're in, having the ocean, having the fresh breeze is the best property in the city, okay? Because of the air. How do I keep affordable housing on the west side? All my apartments are threatened by condo conversions, which is a nice little profit for a developer at the expense of losing my middle class and my working class. So if I lose the middle class and the working class, they have to go work in the district. The gridlock will remain forever. Any thoughts from your perspective on how I can deal with that as an elected official?
Well, first of all, I'm a great admirer of your work and in terms of the initiatives that you have put forward to try to deal with this, because you are totally right in that it is the most desirable part of the city to live in, and that is where a lot of new job creation is happening. But also you do have to work with these different governments, and affordability is the main issue. The only suggestion that we might make at the Lusk Center would be in terms of these private-public partnerships in the area of workforce housing. There are infill developments where workforce houses are feasible. Sometimes they're a little bit higher density, but on the other hand, when you do the trade-offs and you try to preserve affordable housing, to preserve the workforce that is there, some of those trade-offs actually really make sense.
Since your Los Angeles City Council had invited Dr. Conway to make the report, a vote on the matter was not necessary, and item 19 was received and filed. Now, if you have suggestions or comments about any of the programs you see here on Channel 35, or would like to receive a free viewer guide, call our viewer hotline at 213-473-3978. And we invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to the Van Nuys City Hall and participate via video teleconferencing. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Council Week in Review can be seen Monday through Friday at 9:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m., and on Sunday at 9:30 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending May 2nd, 2008. On behalf of Cameron Keys and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
Good morning. This is a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. Today is Tuesday, May 6, 2008. We meet Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The first Friday of the month, we are in the San Fernando Valley. We do encourage you to participate either through appearing here or going to our Van Nuys City Hall. As well, you can watch on Channel 35 or on the LA City website. If I could ask everyone in the council chambers to please... we're going to be able to start the agenda. Mr. Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson-Zine, Garcetti, 12 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you. First order of business?
Approval of the minutes.
Yes, Ms. Hahn moves. Mr. Park seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Those will be approved.
Madam President, this is Tuesday and there is a flag salute for today.
Thank you. If I could ask Mr. Parks to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and ask everyone to please rise.
Thank you. Would everyone stand, please, and face our flag? Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey, Janice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Mr. Clerk, first items.
On the regular agenda, items 1 through 5 are street lighting district ordinances, notice for public hearing.
Anyone wish to call any of those items special? If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on those items, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Next item?
Item 6 is an item notice for public hearing, and it's my understanding there will be a substitute ordinance on its way.
Thank you. And there are cards on that item as well.
Come here.
Item 7 is a building and safety lien notice for public hearing, and the department is requesting that matter be continued to June 11th.
Without objection, that will be continued to June 11th.
Item 8 is an item notice for public hearing, and there is a card on that.
That will be held for a public hearing on the card.
No, I'm
Next
not
item?
talking this morning. I'll call him.
Items 9 through 14 are items for which public hearings have been held.
No. Thank you. Item 9 will be called special. Any other specials, colleagues, in items 10 through 14? If not, Madam Clerk, please open
Madam
the roll.
President, item 13 actually relates to item 6. Do you wish to call that special?
Yes, we will hold that then.
So that would leave Council 10, 11, 12, and 14.
Thank you. Seeing no other items called special, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Thank you. Next item?
Items 15 through 35 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration, and there are cards on a number of those items.
Okay, which items do have cards?
15, 27, 28, 33, and 35.
Okay, those are items that have cards. You'd like to call 34 special. Any other specials, colleagues? Any other specials? If not, Madam Clerk, if you could please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Thank you. Those items have been approved. Next item?
Madam President, that would take care of the items on the regular agenda, and it's not 10:15 just yet for the special meeting.
Okay, I know. So what we will do is go to public comment at this time, and then after 10:15, we will call the roll of the special meeting and ask that we consider item number 36 for Mr. Parks. I'd like to call the following individuals for public comment. Zuma Dog, followed by Oscar Johnson, followed by Lisa Sarkin.
Yes, if I can please have everybody's attention, or at least if I don't have yours. Zuma Dog, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody. Wow, I come here on TV 35, I guess it's broadcast and the radio people hear it. A lot of people have told me they've seen me. I really appreciate that because it's not that fun or easy being here on a day-to-day basis. But right now, I'd like to talk about Friday's meeting at Van Nuys. It was an outrage. After 3 months of a wait at Van Nuys City Hall meeting on Friday, First, they have the mariachi singers, then they have the presentations, and then they sit there and have dog and pony shows for 2 and 3 hours. Then they announce after all of this, oh, gee, we're at risk of losing a quorum. We're cutting back public comment time by half. Well, I guarantee you, when you said you had those meetings in Van Nuys for these people, it wasn't for them to show up just to see the superstar 15 city council members. It's because they wanted their public comment time. And after your 3 hours of time wasting, you cut theirs in half. That's an outrage, and I'd like to see that stop. And speaking of outrages, everything that you do on a daily basis, let's talk about the Jamil's Law, just to basically let you know that it's definitely the talk of talk radio. You can't turn on the radio without it. The Zion-Smith motion has zero support. We all know that. It's, nothing against the two people who put the motion through, but you can't spin it. It's going to really come back to bite you. There's no way you can tell the community that you don't want to do more to enforce this type of thing on the streets. I know it's a hot potato. It's political kryptonite for Mayor Antonio. The whole city is out. And by the way, Zion is taking a lot of heat. The man's truly independent. The whole city is against this motion except for the police unions. ZoomaTube, if you'd like to see coverage of yourselves and whatnot, ZoomaTube.com's for the video. And let's see, JamilsLaw.com. You can go to that, and so many things. I'm issuing a citizen's alert. Please go to ZoomaTimes.com. The city of Los Angeles is under attack of 15 shady people.
Thank you, Mr. Zumadog. Oscar Johnson.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Oscar Johnson. I'm a concerned citizen for the citizens of Los Angeles, and I was thinking about how we have an 8-mile rail from Exposition to Culver City for $200-some million, and I think that's a misuse of government money. We should find a way to end government waste. And I would see how we find racism in politics, where 95% of our African American people is on Skid Row is the people of color. Seem as though we get funds to help our people of color, but we never receive the fund. And I'm speaking about ending corruption in government. If we can end corruption in government, we can stop government waste. If we can end corruption in government, we can stop drugs from coming in America. If we can end corruption in government, we can stop home foreclosure. If we can end corruption in government, we can share our resources to the people that need resources. And we are being elected by our government. The minute buses on the streets of Los Angeles shouldn't be on the street. They're infraction. The minute our streets need to be repaired in Los Angeles, hundreds of our sidewalks need to be repaired, potholes across the city. And we also have many buses on the street shouldn't be on the street. And we're using our buses and the school buses, and we're using MTA buses for our own purpose use, purpose gain. Because about 2 weeks ago, there was a school bus hit and killed a Hispanic lady on the corner of Wilshire in Vermont. She just hit and run. No one have been accountable for their action. It seems as though we just have a thing. If you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back. And it seems as though we should find the government to represent all peoples instead of just a few peoples. And we should find a way to connect better with our people with our leadership that's supposed to represent us in a more morally and active way. And we need better jobs. We need better jobs, and we need better low income family, because a lot of units downtown have been sold. Where the African Americans live at, but where the Caucasian Americans live at, the hotels are not being sold.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Lisa Sarkin, followed by Mahoas Steger, as well, followed by Michael Steger.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity early on. I'm here for the Studio City Neighborhood Council. Unfortunately, Mr. Garcetti isn't here, but what we're asking is that the Plum Committee, Mr. Reyes isn't here, Mr. Zion isn't here, be expanded so that someone who actually lives in the Valley becomes a member of the Plum Committee. We've been asking for this for months. Nobody ever responds. We don't have any representation. I also feel that Ms. Hahn's area doesn't have any representation. The Studio City Neighborhood Council has passed a motion. We've sent the letters to every one of the council members. We don't get any response, and we really feel this must be done. Someone, please volunteer, who lives in the Valley, or Janice, somebody else besides the only 3 people very important issues for the Valley are coming up today regarding the Ventura-Cahuenga Boulevard specific plan. There's not enough members. There may not even be a quorum today because I know there's budget meetings going on. These issues are important to us, and unless you live in the Valley, you don't get it. So please, please, someone volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sorkin. Myhoa Steger.
Good morning.
Mr. Cardenas, excuse me. Yes. Mr. Cardenas.
Just like a point of clarification from the city attorney, how do people become members of the committee? Do they volunteer, or are they appointed by the president?
They're appointed by the president,
Okay, so it's not a matter of volunteering, it's a matter of an appointment by the president, correct?
as far as I understand.
Okay, I thought people of Los Angeles who are watching should get that clarification, especially people in the Valley, thinking, I don't want them to think that people are not volunteering for committees or what have you. It's a matter of the assignments that we get, and those go through the president's office. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know, Mr. Cardenas, both you and I have both served on the Plum Committee in the past. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Myhoa Steger. I'm a full-time organizer for the LaRouche Political Action Committee, and I wanted to let people know, I think most people in here like to eat. I think it's something generally known, and people should know that we're actually facing one of the worst food shortage crises that we've ever faced. And Los Angeles, being one of the most diverse cities in the country, should actually realize that every immigrant community here in Los Angeles knows people back home that are going to die of starvation because of a policy that we've imposed on these nations, namely through the World Trade Organization and NAFTA. So essentially, this policy that's also being put forward by Al Gore in terms of corn for biofuels, you're not saving the environment through this policy. You're actually killing people, where you're converting corn into fuel for cars and fuel tanks. So I think the best way for specifically the Los Angeles City Council to solve this problem is to pass the Homeowner and Bank Protection Act of 2007 and actually begin to solve the crises through integrating policies in the tradition of somebody like Franklin Roosevelt. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Michael Steger.
Good morning, City Council. I've been here before. I've spoken on behalf of the home foreclosures, of which many of the people in the San Fernando Valley should be well aware of, and the council members from that area should also be very clear on. But I'm also here to speak not only on housing, but also from the gut. There is a world food crisis, and this is impacting people in Los Angeles directly. In Costco, they're putting a limit on how many bags of rice you can buy, because the Filipino community is buying so many 40-pound bags of rice to send back home. There's a shortage in Los Angeles. People right now around the world are dying because of a lack of food. Now, the City Council can't solve this problem. The City Council can't solve the problem of the home foreclosure crisis. Now, in my discussions with members of the City Council staff, they deny the idea that this is the worst economic depression in U.S. history. They say this is not nearly as bad as the Great Depression. But you have hyperinflation in fuel and food. You have 87 octane for $4.33 a gallon down the street. People can't drive to work. They're making decisions between driving to work, paying their home rent payments, and buying food. This is the biggest crisis in U.S. history. Now, the city of Compton, the great city of Compton, had the courage, its city council had the courage to pass a resolution calling for LaRouche's Homeowners and Bank Protection Act. They don't see it within their power to address the problem. They don't think working with the governor's committee on subprime lending is the right thing to do because the governor is a fascist. In no unclear terms. We've got a $20 billion budget deficit in California. The Los Angeles City Council should join Compton and cities like it and pass a resolution calling for the federal Congress to act to solve this home foreclosure problem and the world food crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Olga Hall, and then we will go out to the San Fernando Valley for Donna Pearman, Miriam Fogler, and Sharon Brewer. Ms. Hall.
Good morning, council members. The Department of Recreation and Parks Commission last two agendas have been delayed and posted at the last minute. Our community needs to be prepared to attend the meeting when Autry National Center is on their agenda. So far, we do not know who will make the decision to grant the Autry the permit to expand the Griffith Park. Will it be the Department of Recreation and Parks Commission, or will it be the Board of Refer Powers? If it is the Board of Refer Powers, you need to look at this issue closely and not just accept what Autry presents you and rubber stamp it as the previous board did in 1986. There are many issues with the Autry's web of deception, and I will continue bringing the truth, but today I want to remind you about an oath. When you took the position as a council person of your district, you took an oath. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California and the Charter of the City of Los Angeles, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office as council member according to the best of my ability. Every one of you took that oath. You are binded by this oath to serve the people of Los Angeles, and you must remember every time you make a decision, if by any chance you feel you cannot, for whatever reason, serve with honesty, step down and let someone else that can do it. It is time for City Hall to do the job. It is time to be transparent. I know some of you really want to do good for our city. It will take courage and strength to overcome those forces that their only purpose, is to feed their ambitions. The time is here, the time is now. An ethical person knows how to keep true to an oath and to a vow.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Go out to the San Fernando Valley. Donna Pearman. Ms. Pearman?
I'm Donna Pearman from Van Nuys. Yes, I made it to Van Nuys on Friday, and it was very difficult for me. But anyway, I'm going to talk about the fiasco on Friday. Let me make this clear. It's not a Council Lady Wendy Grohl's mistake or a Councilman Greg Smith's mistake, but a City Council problem. Councilman Garcetti could not have done any better. The problem is you can't complete an agenda meeting without losing quorum, at least complete it correctly. To make it stay all that time without food and drink, to speak only 1 minute, that's terrible. We don't need anger, we need solutions. Problems I saw: 1, unlimited time doing the dog and pony show, letting council members ramble on during presentations. 2, did you really have to see the tape on Amendment 30? In a sense, those people got to be heard twice. 4 minutes. We only got 1 minute. That in itself used up a lot of time. 3, why were people that spoke on Cesar Chavez resolution could speak way over the 2-minute limit? It's because it's something you wanted to hear. The resolution is silly, making Cesar Chavez Day a national holiday. President of the United States could care less about Los Angeles or the City Council. And 4, why was the public comment done near the end of the meeting instead of after the dog and pony show? Public comment is supposed to be before agenda items. And 5, why do you excuse so many council members so 1 or 2 leave, you lose quorum? Or was Garcetti counted? And 6, do you have to start budget meetings on time, or perhaps you should have made it at 1:30 on Dog and Pony Show Day? I guess you should thank Wendy Grohl for letting us speak 1 minute. It was a difficult position to be in. I see public comment is not important to the City Council in the long run, or any of our comments for that matter. If it is, show us and fix the problem. Let us have the smooth running council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fogler? Miriam Fogler?
It's an absolute charade and a shameful thing that this had to happen in the United States of America, where our armed forces are in harm's way, and you people take for granted your salaries, that you shouldn't be volunteering for your jobs on the city council. It should be volunteering. You shouldn't get paid for doing what you're doing. You're doing a horrible job, and you allow that, and you continue to allow us to be taxed and taxed and taxed, where the people think it's okay to be taxed. This is the liberalism today, that it's okay to be taxed to death. Tax. Of course, when they did losing my train. The point I'm saying is that you should lose your pay and lose everything you have here when you lose quorum. It's against the city charter to do what you're doing and then cut into us. That's an infringement on our freedom of speech here, and should be somebody. We should all be gathering together for a lawsuit here. If you can, this happens one more time. This is a warning not to do that again. You should do your presentations after his public comment, and that's the way. And after all the agenda is done. Presentations, people can wait for that. It would be a pleasure to have them here in the afternoon, whatever it takes. You do the business first, then pleasure. And that's the way we all do in life, business before pleasure. Because to have enjoyment, you got to work for it. And so that's what you have to be doing, but you're not doing that. So you need to have your pay, given back to the city. Or else you can quit and let your city council seat be open for volunteers, not for pay.
Sharon Brewer.
Hi, Sharon Brewer. Public comment first. I put a card in for number 29. I didn't hear it called special. Hopefully somebody can check about it.
Thank you. We'll reconsider that item for you.
Thank you. City Council special event fee waivers. I'm going to give my Friday speech because I only had 1 minute. Amounts continue to climb despite city leaders asking public to pay higher trash fees and city departments asked to cut staff and services to the public. Total special event fee waivers July 2007 through April 2008, $4,478,955 plus. 1,074 total motions, 838 with amounts, 208 reimbursed, maybe. 28 no amounts given. Financial policy, City of LA, fiscal policies, fee waiver policy. From time to time, council may decide to waive fees when it can be demonstrated that a direct public benefit can be obtained. These policies are not intended to replace or supersede the revenue policy stating that sufficient user charges and fees will be pursued and levied to support full cost of operations for which fees are charged. City Clerk, NC elections. The mass mailing for Encino Neighborhood Council possibly went out Tuesday, April 29th, the day determined by the City Clerk for Encino's first candidate statement informational session. Actually, the letter from the City Clerk was delivered on Saturday, May 3rd. Done NC funding and transparency. Why is Done funding allowing neighborhood councils to not keep copies of receipts locally, only downtown? Spending of funds. The Encino Neighborhood Council on April 23rd meeting, Speaker Wendy Gruhl, thank you for coming, cost $6,297.83 to have maybe 150 to 200 people. Spending of this amount was never approved by the NC board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brewer. Michael Hunt, followed by Merv Evans.
What's up, City Council? First of all, I'd like to thank everybody who had something to do with me getting back to work. All the City Council members, I think that we need to focus on getting jobs for the communities and keeping people to work and not focusing on cutting jobs for the city and try to find the finances and to keep these jobs for these people. First of all, the budget needs to be re-looked at, and you guys need to go after the federal dollars for the government so you guys can keep the city people working. 750 budget cut, or 750 jobs are going to be lost in the last month or in the next month, so you guys should really focus on trying to keep those jobs going to the federal government and asking for more federal dollars for them jobs, because jobs is important. Next of all, let's stop wasting money on frivolous lawsuits and ordinances that really work and ordinances that don't work for the city. So on that note, you guys keep up the good work. Nonprofit organizations, don't waste the money on that, I guess. And then Janice Hahn, thanks for cutting crime in Watts by 50%, no matter what they say. if you get 50% in your district crime down, then you're doing your job. Bernard Parks for supervisor for the county. Keep that up and keep up the good work. I brought you the dog. Zuma Dog, keep up your good work. ZumaDog.com.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Merv Evans.
I want to thank you for the opportunity. To be here today. First off, let me acknowledge that I really appreciate the outstanding leadership of Councilman Parks and Ms. Barbara Lee and their full-hearted commitment for supporting Mr. Obama through thick and thin all the way live. Let me share with you that I have a very special message for our Gold Star mothers and our Gold Star wives who've lost a loved one in Iraq, or for those of our folks who are attending to the needs of a person who's been injured in Iraq. President Bush, Richard Cheney, it's time to put an end to ground operations in Iraq. It's time to bring our troops home and come home America. Now, Merv Evans authorized that message. The other thing I wanted to bring to your attention, and I really think that this council can do better, why not look at some rollback or some cutback of salaries of the entire workforce instead of letting go 800 people? A 5% curtailment, a 3% curtailment, even a 10% salary cutback across the board, straight across, every single person, including the elected officials, would avoid 800 good people who've worked for many, many years to make this city a better place. I know you have the leadership capacity to do that. And in conclusion, we want to remind everybody to visit the South Los Angeles Voter Guide, the most reliable source, SouthLosAngelesVoterGuide.com, your reliable source for information in the upcoming election. This is Merv Evans. I want to say thank you for the opportunity. And my good buddy Janice Hahn, you look like a movie star today.
She looks like a movie star every day. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evans. That does close public comment. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, 2 items. First, if we could reconsider item number 29. Open the roll on reconsideration, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Thank you. That'll be held for a card.
Madam President?
Yes.
Ask number 26 go forthwith.
Yes, Ms. 26 will go forthwith. If we want to call the special meeting, Mr.
Do you
Clerk.
wish to recess the regular and go into the special?
Please.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Westenstein, Garcetti, 14 members present, and a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you. First item?
It is a one-item agenda. Item 36 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration, and there is a substitute resolution that has been circulated.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. We do have one card. If we could go to the one card in the San Fernando Valley, Miriam Fogler, item number 36.
There's a gentleman here who wants to speak on public comment. His name is Rick Nightingale. Can you give him the opportunity? He's calling in right now. Anyway, I want to let you know that the county had these facilities open, and they could have taken care of it a long time ago. You could have told the state legislature, I don't know why you people have been sleeping on your laurels. That's why you should only be volunteering, no pay, because obviously if we pay you for doing your job, you still do a lousy job. So we might as well pay you voluntarily to come here and then compensate you just for food and transportation, but no extra monies. Because the people who take time off, they have to get doctor fired, and you do the same. And you're not doing your jobs because you let these facilities close. And it's a shameful thing, a chutzpah. We shouldn't be, our citizens should be taken care of here. And they shouldn't have to have people coming from all other parts of the world to take things away from us. We shouldn't be doing it to them. We don't want them doing it to us. So if you want to take something, you have to put it back, because otherwise you're not going to have it. So these facilities, obviously, the county is going to have to open up the facilities when there's a pandemic problem of some illness or catastrophic problem. I don't know why you people haven't done anything to prepare for emergency preparedness, but this is part of the problem. If we have an earthquake or something, this is a big city, and you can take a look around downtown. All now I see is tall buildings everywhere I go now. It's disgusting. We're waiting for the doomsday here. We better be ready, folks, with these medical facilities need to be reopened now.
Thank you, Ms. Fogler. That closes public comment on that item. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd ask that we take this out of order because of the urgency. I want to first of all thank Janice Hahn and Jan Perry and Herb Wesson that's been on this issue with me, dealing with health care that primarily impacts the South LA area and the LA County in general. What we have today is that we were recently here talking about a letter to the governor asking that the UC system get involved in correcting the issues at MLK Hospital. We're now confronted with even a larger issue that, as we've seen, our paramedics take 2 to 3 times longer to respond and dispatch calls because of the impact of closing the emergency room of MLK, and 50,000 patients now are dispersed within the county. We now are confronted with a federal hearing by Congressman Henry Waxman that's assessing whether our region is able to accept the surge if there's a man-made or natural disaster. And with that, this motion identifies that with 25% of the county residents not having health care, and that a large number having health care but underinsured, that this county is not able to deal with the ongoing health services as it's currently situated. We also know that there are some new rules coming out of the federal government that administers Medicaid and Medi-Cal. Basically, these new rules, and the two that affects us most, is that they want to put a cap on hospital payments, and they also want to eliminate medical education payments. That would result in another $240 million per year from LA County and over $600 million for the state of California. There's a piece of legislation, H.R. 5613, that asks for a moratorium on these new rules to at least preserve the financial stability of the system as we know it. So today's motion really deals with 4 different issues: healthcare crisis currently in the county under normal circumstances, identifying the county's inability to deal with the surge in that we have an acute shortage of hospital and emergency rooms, the new requirements that would impose even more financial strain, and the bill H.R. 5613 that would impose a moratorium. And I'd ask for an aye vote on this issue so we can at least continue to work with the existing system to maintain the hospital care and services that we currently have.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Ms. Hahn, followed by Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to, obviously, since I helped to second this motion, to support this resolution because we are definitely in a very, very serious health care crisis in really, I think, across the country, but particularly here in LA County. And that, even though the City of Los Angeles is not directly responsible for providing health care to our residents, the people that we represent have been severely impacted by this crisis in LA County. In the past 5 years, we've lost 11 hospitals, including one that, of course, is very important to my district, and that's the Martin Luther King Jr. Hospital in the Watts-Willowbrook area. You know, we're moving backwards in Los Angeles, back to a time when people did not have access to health care, and back to a time when people were dying, not necessarily because of their injury or their illness, but because of the long distances they had to travel to access health care. That's why Martin Luther King Hospital was built in Watts, and history will show that it was built, my father championed the building of that hospital after the Watts riots, because that was one of the concerns, that that community was being disenfranchised from access to health care. Everyone has a right to health care. It is not a privilege. It is clearly a right. And we know, as Bernard Parks said, that 25% of the residents in Los Angeles County do not have medical insurance. And the recently proposed cuts in Medicaid reimbursement from the federal government only deepens this crisis. So I really want to thank Councilmember Parks for aggressively going after more federal funds for our county health care system. And we know the other issue is emergency rooms, and we know that they're talking about the emergency room crisis right now in Washington, D.C., in the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee chaired by Congressmember Waxman. And many of you might have seen the recent report, not a surprise, that if there were to be a major disaster, either natural or man-made, that our emergency rooms and our trauma centers in LA County would be overwhelmed. We used to have about 22 trauma centers in LA County. We're now down to about 11 trauma centers, and we know that's the place that people are taken for life-threatening injuries and emergencies. I am always been concerned about the possibility of a terrorist attack in Los Angeles, either in downtown, at the airport, and I worry about every day a potential terrorist attack at the Port of Los Angeles. And I know, according to reports, we would lose more lives in one of those attacks than even New York experienced with the World Trade Center. So this is a concern to me. It impacts everyone. And I really want to appreciate you, Bernard Parks, for really working on this other angle to ensure that federal dollars will not get worse in terms of opening and keeping open our health care facilities here in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Ms. Perry, followed by Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I also rise in support of this. And I wanted to highlight a quote from an article written by Mary Engel dated May 6, 2008. It references the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, and they examined the conditions at 34 hospitals in 7 cities arbitrarily chosen. None of the hospitals surveyed had enough ER beds or intensive care beds, regular beds, but Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. had the most acute shortages. The emergency rooms at 3 of 5 of Los Angeles County hospitals surveyed were on diversion that afternoon, meaning they were turning away ambulances because there was no place to put new patients. In the other 2 hospitals combined, just 6 ER beds were available. This is a reality check for us, and I think a call for us to prepare ourselves better, deal with the reality of what we are faced with and the loss of our precious asset in South Los Angeles. That was a hospital where doctors wanted to go to train in the most egregious of injuries and traumatic incidents, and now we have lost that. So with that, I join with my colleagues Hahn and Parks, and I am certain that we'll have a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. And again, if we could ask anyone who has their private conversations to please leave, go in the back. It is quite loud here in the council chambers. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. Folks, our health care in this great country is in a meltdown. It is worse today than it's ever been in our history. The first thing we need to do is throw out the incumbent in that administration and bring in a government that appreciates the people. Here we have a president, unauthorized, creates a war, spends $1 trillion, sends 1.7 million Americans into harm's way, of which 620,000 are injured, coming back with no health care for these people. 300,000 with post-stress syndrome, another 320,000 with some form of brain injury. 620,000. Okay? And what do we have in place for these folks coming back? Zero. Our Veterans Administration is a disgrace. Just go look at my VA property in Brentwood. It's half vacant, for crying out loud. And we have people on the streets coming back from this war. That's the war part of it. But that $1 trillion should be spent right here in this country providing health care for our people. What's wrong with this country? We're the richest country on earth. The richest country on earth. And we're going down, folks, the way we're going down right now. We're not investing in our people. We're not investing in education. We're not investing in infrastructure. We have more homeless around than any other place on earth. The contract between the government and its people of social responsibility is broken. This Martin Luther King Hospital is just a symptom of a greater meltdown in our health care. What we really need is the politicians in Washington to take health care as a priority, and we should frankly have Medicare for all, and it should be run by a quick turnaround of 3%. No insurance companies, 31% of every dollar goes to health care insurance companies. It's a joke. It's a total joke. So I support Mr. Parks on this, and I can tell you something right now, folks. If we don't get our act together on this meltdown that we're in right now, we're not going to survive as a nation. We need to have a safety net for our people, and thank you for putting this resolution forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. You so inspired. Now we have Mr. LaBonge.
I do. All of us are inspired by Mr. Rosendahl and so eloquently said, but I do stand to support Mr. Parks. And I think it's also that we survey all of us to become more factual on the region challenges that is affecting all of it. And if you look at the city, and years ago we ran our own hospitals. They were central receiving. There were Hollywood, there were small parts, Lincoln Heights had them, but it never was expanded. We got into the healthcare business, the county took it over, and now the county, over many years, we need to look at it again. We need to see a way to do it again. Tomorrow in my committee, there will be this item to talk about how it affects hospitals. But I just wanted to stand, because Mr. Weezar and I were feeling your great inspiration, Mr. Rosendahl, but we also have to communicate that to those who sit in seats like ours and other halls of government to change the direction to meet the needs of the people. Because what happened this morning when you spoke, Bill, is everyone from all parts of Los Angeles agreed with what you were saying. I thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. And thank you, Mr. Parks and Ms. Perry, Ms. Hahn, for your leadership on this issue and the importance of health care. And so with that, Madam Clerk, if you please could open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Thank you. That item's been approved. We'd like to adjourn the, we'll do forthwith before we adjourn. Go back to the regular agenda, and there was a request. We did get a public comment card just at the end of public comment from our out in the San Fernando Valley. Go back out to Mr. Rick Nightingale.
Come on, Rick, go.
Mr. Nightingale.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Rick Nightingale, and I'd like to speak regarding respect and culture. Friday we had a little problem regarding all the things that happened, and that I think that you didn't treat the people with that has the public comments duly, as you noticed when we were here, and I don't think you take it seriously. Well, that's another thing. Well, let's go to culture. Well, everybody thinks it's culture. Like, I grew up here in the Valley, and back in the Valley in the 60s, when you turn around, and I met people down in Hollywood when I used to go to the show on Saturday nights, you mentioned the Valley, and it was like living in Beverly Hills. It didn't matter where you live. It could be Woodland Hills, Sun Valley. Didn't matter. They just thought it was the greatest thing. Granted, we had a lot of cruising down Van Nuys Boulevard. It's even well known all the way back. I met a guy from Pennsylvania years later. He says, I just couldn't believe I heard about California. So he came out here. He ended up moving out here. Well, every time now, the Valley, you mention the Valley is just, I don't even want to mention what name. It's the lowest thing beyond whatever. We have none but crime, so forth. And you mention why, then it turns around and makes you look like you're a bigot or something like that, because I know what my culture was, and now what is the culture today? Look what we had Friday. I realize it was a holiday for them, but I've seen other times when all the Spanish stuff coming. As soon as I say something like that, it looks like I'm a bigot or I'm against them. My wife's best friend is a Mexican woman. Came from Mexico. She can speak fluent English. They don't want to speak fluent English because they think it's a downgrade to their heritage to do that. And I think it's a downgrade to us that we have to put up with that. I go to a store and they don't even speak English. I'm sorry. That's just the way a lot of us feel, and it's your fault because this is happening. It's your job to keep us right with a culture that we used to have, and you won't want to do it. I thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nightingale. That now closes public comment. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Items 6 and 13 were called special for cards from the public.
Thank you. Ms. Perry, do you wish to have public comment first on item 6? Okay. We do have several cards. 1 minute or 2 minutes?
I would say, how many cards do you have?
I'd say probably 20.
I'd keep it to 1 minute each so we can get through this, and then after that we'll have the CLA and the CAO and housing come to the table.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to call up the following individuals. Esther Alejandro, Pastor Ryan Bell, Gerald Barnes, and Helen Garrett.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to come here today. I am a member of the Los Angeles Community Action Network, and I want to speak on the passing of this permanent ordinance for the city of Los Angeles. And what motivates me is the fact that as a member of the organization, we have worked for the past 5+ years for this ordinance to pass. It would be one of the things that could correct a problem that exists already in the community, that many people have been losing their homes, and also that some people, especially the most vulnerable of all our community residents, do not have strong protections. And if you pass this ordinance, you would also be following an example that has already been set by cities like San Francisco and San Diego. And we need this ordinance to pass. So we ask of you, pass this ordinance.
Thank you very much. Pastor Ryan Bell.
Good morning, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you this morning. My name is Ryan Bell. I'm the pastor of the Hollywood Seventh-day Adventist Church, and I'm a member of the LA Voice network of faith-based community organizations. And we've been at the forefront for the last couple of years advocating for affordable housing. And as people of faith, our faith traditions teach us some common moral values that guide not only our private decisions in our lives, but also shape the way we live in public. And at the top of the list of moral values in all of our faith traditions is a concern for and action on behalf of the poorest members of our human family. So we're thankful this morning for the strong ordinance that is before you to protect the residential hotels that exist in our city. However, we also need appropriate amendments to the ordinance so that those with very low income, 30% of the AMI, will be protected. This is their housing, and they have nowhere to go from here except to the streets, swelling our already overwhelming crisis of homelessness. So we urge you this morning to pass this ordinance with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gerald Barnes, followed by Helen Garrett, Barbara Schultz, and Alicia Port.
Gerald Barnes, LA Can. We are all in this together. Everyone in this room would be affected by this ordinance. Our residents don't possess the in-demand skills to afford a $2,000 a month loft. We're not asking you to solve all our problems, just a slight change in priorities and some human decency. We as adults have an obligation to our children and grandchildren. This ordinance will affect their collective future. What binds us together is greater than what drives us apart. Being a council member is a privilege given to you by the citizens of Los Angeles. To approve this ordinance as is would be an abuse of that privilege.
Thank you. Helen.
My name is Helen Garrett, and I'm a proud member of POWER, People Organized for Westside Renewal. You all woke up this morning and got out of bed. Some very low-income people woke up this morning and struggled to their feet on the street. The residential hotel ordinance must be passed today, now. Yeah. Nothing justifies any more delay. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Not 10% of these rooms should be reserved for very low income tenants. 30% must be set aside for very low income tenants today and now. You must do the right thing. Save the residential hotel ordinance and set aside 30% of rooms for very low income tenants today and now.
Thank you. Barbara Schultz.
Barbara Schultz, Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. I support this ordinance with two caveats. First, as you'll hear from several speakers, we need to raise the percentage of extremely low income affordability in the exemption. There was an argument in committee that this might risk a takings claim. I don't believe there's any merit in that argument. The State Ellis Act allows LA to completely prohibit residential hotels from going out of business. This ordinance doesn't go anywhere near as far as that. It allows for conversions and demolitions as long as the units are replaced, and of course it has its exemption for affordable housing. The residential hotel owner has three choices. Choosing to apply for an exemption does not give rise to a valid takings claim. If there's a choice, there's no takings. Secondly, I represent the Wiggins plaintiffs. This council signed the Wiggins Agreement in August of 2006. I just want to make clear that most of the downtown hotels are subject to that agreement, and therefore much of the language in this ordinance, such as the exemptions and the section on large hotels, does not actually apply to the downtown hotels, as it would violate your earlier Wiggins Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Alicia, followed by Michelle Autry, followed by Al Sabo.
Hi, my name is Alicia Polk. I'm a former program manager for NAMP Communities AB 2034 program. And in saying that, I can say that affordable housing does work in Los Angeles. We need a strong residential hotel ordinance to preserve our affordable housing. Our residential hotels are home to extremely low-income individuals, the disabled, and the elderly. Private market projects are strongly protected by it. Why aren't publicly funded affordable housing projects allowed the same protection? Los Angeles has an extremely high rate of homelessness. Several agencies in the downtown area, including LAMP, have shown a great commitment in fighting to end homelessness. We ask that the council members of Los Angeles join the fight. You guys have an obligation to the citizens of Los Angeles, whether rich or poor. Please join us in this fight against homelessness. Please pass the city ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Pastor Kathy Cooper Ledesma, and Michelle Autry, and Al Sabo.
Good morning, members of the City Council. I'm Kathy Cooper Ledesma. I'm the pastor of the Hollywood United Methodist Church, the historic church with the red ribbons on its towers at the corner of Highland and Franklin. And I come on behalf of the congregation to speak in favor and to thank you for this residential hotel ordinance, but also to say that as people of faith who understand that we are called to serve the least of these, that you consider strengthening it by making sure that this ordinance includes people at 30% of AMI, because if it's up at 50 and 60%, there's a chance that we will actually displace the people who are currently living in the hotels now, and that would be antithetical to the spirit of the ordinance. We want to make sure that the housing stock that is affordable for persons of all income levels in this city is increased, and so I urge you to pass the ordinance with those provisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Autry, followed by Al Sabo, followed by Zumadog.
Thank you. I was going to give someone else a chance to address the council because I'm here so often, but I think that this can't be restated enough. You have an obligation to house the most vulnerable, and this is your opportunity to do that. So put your vote where your mouth is. Do something with the power that you have to prevent more homelessness. Ms. Perry, Mr. Weisar, I don't see Mr. Garcetti, who had been the most receptive, I might add. If you would just take this opportunity to lower which is the monthly rent to a level that we can pay, you can prevent a lot of these people from suffering. You know, one day you could be in the street. Do you ever think about that? Again, this is a democracy, and that means a government by and for all the people, not just the rich people. One day you could be in peril of being homeless. And think about that. If there's a rent, if you can take one vote today to prevent the suffering of these people, you know, God might bless you. But if you don't, you could suffer curses for disregarding the most vulnerable and the most needy of this population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. My name is Al Sabo, and I'm a resident of one of these residential hotels that we're trying to preserve. Without preserving them, including the amendment, people like myself will definitely have no place to go but the street due to our limited income. Yet attorneys who supposedly work on our behalf, employed by the city, people such as Mercedes Marquez, will come out there and distort truths, trying, in essence, to change the ordinance, basically saying that if you pass the ordinance with more than 10% of the income level required for people such as myself, that it would be ruled unconstitutional. Don't let that scare you. It's a scare tactic true to the Bush administration. What we have here is that this ordinance, which exists in San Francisco, has been on the books for 30 years. It's gone all the way to the Supreme Court, and it's passed every legal test. Pass it with the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Zuma Dog, followed by Eric Ayers, followed by Michael Ross, followed by Betsy Handler.
Yes, this is truly a historic day in the city of Los Angeles, I do believe, because, of course, this is going to pass because you never see anything go up here that doesn't get passed. So basically it means that it is ready for the city to act on this. They're going to say what this says is if they're going to tear down these residential hotel units that's providing housing for low income, a lot of seniors and whatnot, that it needs to be replaced. If you're going to build a luxury condo where there's affordable housing, you need to replace it with affordable housing. So this is historic. I can't even believe council's doing this. I'm sure they don't want to. So congratulations to everybody. I understand it's taken about 3 years to make this happen. So the importance of why we need affordable housing. You can build all the luxury projects like LA Live and Grand Avenue and have all the plans for downtown revitalization. You're not going to be able to advance downtown economically or get people to move in until you have affordable housing for people. You can't just ignore it, especially homeless people. You can't ignore it. Nothing's going to work in this town. So congratulations on this first step.
Thank you. Eric Ayers, followed by Michael Ross and Betsy Handler.
Good morning. My name is Eric Ayers, and I am with Housing LA, a broad coalition of community organizations, affordable housing developers, community religious congregations, and labor unions working to address the housing crisis in Los Angeles. Before I begin, I want to speak specifically to an amendment that we just learned about that's going to be introduced that better protects hotels that rent on a monthly basis. I want to speak in support of this amendment and encourage city councilors to support this amendment as well. Beyond that, generally speaking, I'm here representing the over 100 endorsing organizations of Housing Los Angeles and encouraging all of you to support the residential hotel ordinance. In order to address the housing crisis in LA, we need to both produce and preserve affordable housing units. We are not producing at the rate to meet the need, and we have an opportunity here to address critical preservation needs that are critical to Los Angeles as we speak. So I want to encourage every single city councilor to vote in favor of the residential hotel ordinance and specifically the amendment that better protects hotels that rent on a monthly basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Ross, Betsy Handler, then Brooke Likens, and then Eric Green.
Hello, I'm the owner of the Cecil Hotel, a 600-room hotel in downtown. We have been put on a residential list by the Los Angeles Housing Department. We should not be grouped with residential hotels. Before the ICO and currently, we've had 50 to 70% of our guests as tourists and business people visiting the city of LA. For over a year, we've been trying to talk to the LAHD to have our hotel removed from the list without success, though we have given LAHD volumes of information that states we are a tourist hotel by law. To date, LAHD has given us no evidence that supports being on the LAHD list of residential hotels. We have not been given now or in the past due process. The passing of the ICO and now the PCO will give LAHD control over our property without recourse. The LAHD has not cooperated in the past in trying to meet on this subject with us, and I am convinced that with the authority conveyed to them, the PCO, they will be uncooperative. We feel that the PCO and the residential designation is a clear taking of our property.
If I could just ask you to conclude. Thank you very much. And I'm sure they'll respond in there. Thank you very much. Betsy Handler.
Good morning, council members. I am Betsy Handler. I'm the Director of Legal Services at Inner City Law Center. We are located on Skid Row. We deal every day with people from the residential hotels. These people are among the very poorest in the city of Los Angeles. We need this ordinance. We need it desperately, and we need it, please, with all the amendments that are being introduced by Council Member Perry. Most especially, we need an ordinance with at least a 30% set aside for the very, very lowest income people. I endorse all the previous comments. I especially endorse Ms. Schultz's legal analysis of the taking issue. She is absolutely correct, and I urge you to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Brooke?
Hello, my name is Brooke Likens. I'm the volunteer department manager at the Downtown Women's Center, which serves over 2,000 homeless and extremely low-income women annually, and also the co-chair of the Downtown Women's Action Coalition. The coalition conducted a needs assessment of women living downtown in 2007, and some of our findings reflect how important this ordinance and all of the amendments that have been introduced by Councilmember Perry are for our community. 90% of women surveyed had one source of income. 42% of those received general relief, which is only 12% AMI, and 23% received SSI, which is only 22% of AMI. Affordable permanent housing was overwhelmingly identified as both a current community asset and the resource most needed to improve the downtown community. The most commonly reported barriers to accessing housing were waiting lists, 65%, and affordability, 48%. I urge you to create a strong ordinance protecting affordable housing in Los Angeles with special considerations for extremely low-income folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Green, followed by Veronica Perez-Becker, followed by Thelmy Perez.
Good morning. My name is Eric Green. I'm with the American Civil Liberties Union. I want to thank you all for the leadership that you're showing on this issue today. The work of Councilmember Perry and others is to be commended. And we want to urge you to pass this resolution and to pass it with the amendments that are being put forth by Councilmember Perry. All of you know the extent of the homelessness crisis in Los Angeles. None of you need to be educated on that. I see homeless people every day where I live and where I work, and I know you do too. And what you do today may make more difference for those people than anything else that you'll be doing in the chambers this year. We need support for these residential hotels and these people at risk. For many people, these hotels are the last stop before homelessness and the first step to getting out of homelessness. They're a lifeline for many, the only thing between our fellow Angelenos and the streets. Right now, we need you to pass this resolution. We need you to pass the amendment that will set aside at least 30% for the most vulnerable, to keep our people safe, to keep our people having dignity, and to keep people off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Veronica Perez-Becker with the Central City Association. We'd like to thank Councilmember Jan Perry for her leadership on this issue. With her help, the ordinance has been transformed into a flexible policy that takes into account the practical needs of the business community. Downtown is transforming into a 24-hour destination venue that attracts people from all over the Southern California region. The amendments that have been made to this ordinance, such as expanding the replacement radius to 2 miles and exempting month-to-month leased units, will allow our revitalization to continue. However, we would also like to express concern over the appeal process that this ordinance lays out. As it is currently written, the same department that makes the initial assessment will also hear the appeals from the property owners. And as you can see from earlier testimony, this is a concern for some people who feel that they have been put on the SRO list mistakenly. We believe that the city is establishing a questionable precedent and appeals should be conducted with more objectivity and neutrality. We suggest implementing something similar to a board of review as outlined in Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 21.16. Thank you.
Thank you. Thelmy Perez, followed by Thomas Yee, followed by Lisa Payne.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Thelmy Perez, and I'm a tenant organizer with Strategic Actions for a Just Economy. Now, SAGE has been working with our allies for several years to try to pressure the city to pass an ordinance to protect folks that live in residential hotels. And while I've only been there for about a year and a half, and I'm still learning the intricacies of the City Council and all your committees and subcommittees that are writing and rewriting and evaluating the residential hotel ordinance, people are losing their homes. People are losing their homes, and these are folks who are the most vulnerable. They don't have anywhere else to go. They support you, and we need your support to keep these folks in their homes. So I urge you to pass a residential hotel ordinance that is fair to the people that are in these residential hotels now, and that will support them and folks that are going to need this housing in the future. Thank you.
Good morning, council members. My name is Thomas Yee with the Little Tokyo Service Center. I want to thank you for your leadership on bringing this issue to a vote this morning. And I want to remind us that when the temporary ordinance was put in place a few years ago, residential hotels were clearly at risk. In Little Tokyo, we had just lost a residential hotel to demolition, and in the time that the temporary ordinance had been in place, many other properties had turned over to new ownership, and we really appreciate the temporary ordinance saving the housing stock of residential hotels. Now is the time to make a permanent ordinance that provides amendments for a specific amendment for low-income people, extremely low-income, as high a set-aside percentage as possible. We urge you to support as strong an ordinance as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lisa Payne, followed by Stephen Gilbert, followed by Casey Horan.
Hi, I'm Lisa Payne from the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing. We too congratulate the council on considering this ordinance today, protecting residential hotels. SCAMF, however, urges the council to increase the required set-aside in any rehab of residential hotels for the lowest income people, those making 30% AMI, from 10% to 30%. The vast majority of the people currently living in the hotels have incomes of 30% AMI. These are seniors on fixed incomes, the disabled, and low-wage workers. These hotels may not be officially covenanted as affordable units, but these are affordable units. And you guys today are making the covenant, the income covenant, for the next years. You all know how expensive it is for the city to build affordable homes. It costs about $100,000 per unit. And any of these people who are making 30% AMI or less, who are displaced, it's going to cost that much to build a new affordable home to replace it. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Gilbert.
Madam Chairman, members of the council, I wish I was here to speak on this issue because it is very important and I would support it, but I'm really here to speak on another issue, and I hope you'll look at the number and place me in that stack. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Casey Horan, followed by Richard Smith, followed by Michael Carrion.
Good morning. My name is Casey Horan. I'm the Executive Director at LAMP Community. I urge you to pass this ordinance and applaud Councilwoman Perry's amendments. With just one exception, that for the hotels with 250 rooms or less, that the set-aside be increased from 10% to minimally 30% for people at 30% AMI. The city has begun to make some significant strides in improving our communities and reducing taxpayer costs and, of course, ending chronic homelessness. We've invested millions in creating about 275 new units of permanent supportive housing. However, if we don't increase this to at least 30%, all of that will be undermined, in that we will see over the course of the coming years thousands of people who will be displaced and will be on their streets. So to support...
You can finish your sentence, please.
So I urge you to think like a management consultant and to think like an economist and preserve this housing for the most vulnerable population. It will enhance our communities. It will support our hospitals that are taking care of these people and please increase the set-aside to 30% minimally. This is actually a concession. We really wanted it 50%.
Thank you, Casey. And on Stephen Gilbert, you actually had filled out card number 9. Are you Mr. Gilbert?
No. Mr.
No.
Smith.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you.
My name is Richard Smith. I'm a long-term resident of Skid Row, also known as Central City East. For over a decade, I've lived there, and I presently live in an SRO-type residential hotel. So I know where I speak. Our organization, the United Coalition East Prevention Project, is a drug and alcohol prevention program that has been in the existence for over a decade in Skid Row. And part of the program that we know is a low-cost, safe, effective housing for low-income and very low-income residents of the Central City East area. We support the passage of this ordinance as it will provide safe and comfortable housing for low-income and very low-income people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Michael, carry on.
Good morning, Council. My name is Michael Carrion, and I've worked in Skid Row for many years. And when these people are coming to you, look at the amount of people here. Please listen to what they have to say. We're talking about homes. Most of you probably never slept in a cardboard box, so you don't know what it feels like to be out in the streets, in the cold, in the rain, sleeping underneath whatever you can find for shelter. This is the next step up. You got to do something instead of just talking about it. We talk and talk and talk, and we don't do anything. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on people analyzing everything. If we were to put that money into these apartments and into these homes and pass ordinances like this, we'd have no problem in this city. But we're spending too much time finding out all the things that are wrong. We know what's wrong. Ask these people. We live there. We work there. We deal with this on a daily basis. But yet you want to spend it on an analyst.
Thank you. Thank you. That finishes public comment. Ms. Perry, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to ask Mercedes Marquez from the Housing Department and the CLA, if they're available, excuse me, to come to the table, walk us through the ordinance, and respond to some of the comments that we've heard during the public hearing portion. And hold my time.
Good morning, Meg Barkley with the CLA's office. The ordinance provided by the city attorney is consistent with the recommendations approved by the Housing Community Economic Development Committee on April 16, 2008. These recommendations provided amendments to the ordinance originally proposed by the Los Angeles Housing Department to ensure a baseline level of affordability for any projects cleared under the ordinance for low-income households at 30% or less, restricting all units to 50% or less of area median income. Also, streamlined recommendations were designed to streamline the collection of fees collected in lieu of construction of replacement units, to streamline the process for applying for clearance under the ordinance, and also to require the Los Angeles Housing Department and the Community Redevelopment Agency to execute a cooperation agreement to ensure that all respective requirements are met. The Housing Department is here to provide further detail.
Ms. Marquez.
Good morning, everyone. The residential hotel ordinance is, in its essence, a preservation ordinance. There are over 18,000 residential hotel units in the city of Los Angeles, and we were asked through the ICO that the City Council enacted 2 years ago to come back with a very specific scheme that was similar to the San Francisco ordinance that has already been enacted and has withstood legal challenge up to the state Supreme Court, that would, in a proactive way, do everything we could to preserve these units. That is exactly the type of preservation ordinance you now have before you. I think it would be incumbent on me to really say that this has been an enormous effort, now over 2 years. The Housing Department has worked with the City Attorney very closely, with the CLA. In essence, has been a very nice merger of both the rent departments in the Housing Department and our housing production. Because in order to bring this to fruition, we not only had to understand it from a point of view of preservation and what that does to affordability, but we also had to conduct very specific economic analyses to come back to you with an approach that would meet the need for preservation and yet stay within the confines of the state Supreme Court cases on this subject. And we believe we have done that. All right. It is also important to know where this fits within the scope of affordable housing policy and the city's housing policy in general. This is a hotel ordinance that is meant to take a look at 18,000 units. We also weigh what that means about housing policy across the city. And in essence, we have done a lot in the city in the last few years to bring us to what we all call 0 to 150 policy. And that is that we provide housing for a fuller spectrum of income levels. Zero homeless folks up to 30% of AMI. We have enacted the Permanent Supportive Housing Program that focuses in on the chronically homeless, and we have now invested over $100 million specifically for that population, the first in the city's history. We have expanded the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and we have created programs that have been quite successful for those at the middle income level. We do this all with the same amount of dollars. And so when we're speaking about housing policy, we are also speaking about where it is that we allocate money and what is the balance of how we achieve all of our goals at a citywide level. And you've entrusted me to come forward to you to give you a balanced approach on how we do that. And I believe that ordinance does that. Let's walk through it. It is, as I said, its primary goal is to preserve the residential hotel units as they are. In fact, 87% of the residential hotel units of buildings have never rented to a tourist. They remain firmly as a residential hotel business, providing low-cost housing. This ordinance does the following. If an owner were to want to either convert or demolish, they must comply with one of the following. A one-for-one replacement within a 2-mile radius of the existing hotel. So if they want to demolish, they must provide a one-for-one replacement within 2 miles. Now, we would allow for less than one-for-one replacement if all of the following 3 conditions are met. The replacement units contain amenities such as bathrooms and kitchens, which usually do not exist from the units that they would demolish. Most of them truly are single-room occupancy with no kitchens and bathrooms down the hall. So if we were going to better the conditions, that would be one of the items we would consider. If we felt that the current residents of that individual building would be better served by larger units, and if it would not significantly decrease the housing stock, any reduction of more than 25% of the units may be appealed to this body, the City Council. So already you see that in order to demolish, there is already a hefty list that people would have to walk through, which is why this is weighted so much towards preservation, because it is expensive to do these things. The other option is to pay an in lieu fee. We studied this very carefully, both by speaking with those in San Francisco who have been able to have their ordinance withstand state Supreme Court review. And the in lieu fee that we recommend would be equal to 80% of the construction cost for replacing the existing unit, in addition to the cost of site acquisition. In essence, what they have to replace is 80% of that single room. Now again, when we take into account that what we would be looking for largely are larger units with bathrooms and kitchens, we believe that in the end, this covers somewhere close to 40% of the actual cost of a brand new, more appropriately sized unit. This fee has withstood legal challenge at the state Supreme Court level. Finally, there is an exemption, but I want to speak about this because the exemption is actually something that we don't believe will happen very often. The exemption applies if 100% of the units, 100% of the units are affordable with a 55-year covenant for low and very low income people. That means essentially that they would have to do a classic affordable housing trust fund deal. So that building in and of itself would be limiting its profitability. In fact, it would be ensuring that there was no profit to be made by making that conversion. In San Francisco, which is only one building has gone this route out of the entire stock of residential hotels in San Francisco. Only one has done it. So we believe that it is not likely that many will. Now, this is where we get into the public comment and what's important to talk about housing policy overall. What we have done in doing the economic analysis of how do you permit a low-income building with an affordable covenant is that there are rules about how it is that you finance affordable housing. They must meet the requirements of state tax credits or the 4% tax credit program in the State Department of Housing. Those have very prescribed formulas. We know from the economic analysis that we have done and that we do every day as your experts on affordable housing finance, that if we set a floor of 10% of the units be set aside for those at 30% and below, and a ceiling mandating that no more than 25% of the units can be at 60% of area median income, those requirements will allow a developer, an affordable housing developer, most probably a nonprofit, to meet the financing necessary to convert it. If we go above it as a floor, above the 10%, it is very unlikely that the financing would suffice. And that leads us to a couple of problems if we go beyond it. One, from our review with the city attorney, and also, you all know that I'm a housing attorney, so my own review of it tells us that we may be vulnerable at the San Remo case at the State Supreme Court if we go beyond this. We must provide an opportunity for the developments to actually get financed. And if we go beyond it, meaning that they would be outside of the regular funding streams, it would make it very difficult for a developer to actually win the financing. That could be interpreted as a taking, because we would be making a policy as a floor that would keep them outside of the financing. That is very problematic. Moreover, I think we've heard some things today that I'd like to clarify. And that is, there was a statement made that in San Francisco, somehow they set aside more. They don't, actually. This is a more progressive obligation that we're setting for these buildings. In San Francisco, when you actually read the language of their set aside at 100% affordable, the ceiling is all at 60% of area median income. They, in fact, make no guarantee for the lowest income people at all. So Los Angeles' ordinance is actually more specifically targeted to ensuring a mix of incomes, including those for the very low income. Again, because it is a floor, there is nothing preventing in an individual deal for a developer to come forward and be able to provide more than 10%. This is setting a floor. This is a citywide standard. So it can be reviewed deal by deal. Because we have set a ceiling of no more than 25% at the 60% AMI level, right? It's a ceiling. That can be negotiated building by building, because it may be in some situations that the building permits you to do a 20% set aside and a 15% floor can rise. But that is a building by building prescription. It is very dangerous, I believe, to be making these, to make sweeping policies, because every building is different. Some have concrete foundations, some have concrete walls, some are stick-built. Every building speaks to you. Those of you who've been involved in construction and development know that a building has to be assessed very specifically. So that's what it will do. We have also made it very likely, we have set aside a great process for people to come forward. Once this ordinance, if it is passed, we will notify all of the owners, and they have an absolutely laid out process for coming forward and clarifying whether they are a residential hotel or they are not. It is open and transparent, and they will be notified immediately. I believe that that is enough for me at the moment.
Okay. Anybody else? Gentleman to your left. Just here as backup. And lady here on the end. You're CAL? Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. I think we have a solid ordinance here with some amendments before us today. All of the council members have gotten a letter explaining this ordinance, and it's my belief that it will protect housing and in some cases allow for housing to be improved while maintaining it as affordable. I'll continue to aggressively pursue projects for affordable housing levels at 35% AMI and below. And I think Ms. Marquez's explanation as to the break-even point or the cost-benefit analysis was important to be said. Otherwise, I think we're not operating within the bounds of reality. This ordinance does not prohibit anyone from developing a hotel that is completely restricted for individuals at 35% and below AMI. I believe that the Los Angeles Housing Department has done an enormous amount of research and has responded to most suggestions and objections by proposing that 10% of the units be at 35% and below AMI. Additionally, in downtown Los Angeles and within Council District 9, we have about 718 units of housing at or below 35% being built. Just to name a few, the Linden Hotel, 53 units, James Woods Apartments, 53 units, Winton Hotel, 41 units, Renato Apartments on 100 units, Abbey Apartments, 115 units, New Carver Apartments, 97 units, Cobb Apartments, 76 units, Genesis, 110 units. Downtown Women's Center will have 73 units. I've always been a strong supporter of affordable housing, and I'm going to continue to do so. So I ask my colleagues for your support on this ordinance, and once we vote on it, Madam Chair, I would like to move the item forthwith. And with that, I'll stop my time for now.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perry. Mr. Cardenas, followed by Mr. Rosendahl and Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Cardenas? That will,
Thank you. I think it's important for us to clarify some of the statements that were made earlier about what was said in committee. In the committee, the policy committee that this went through, the housing committee, I asked a question about the takings, potential for takings, and also what the status is when it comes to the San Francisco ordinance, whether or not it has survived the legal challenges, because we know these things get challenged all the time. And I wanted to make sure that we were on good standing on those grounds. So can you repeat what was said in committee about the fact that we feel confident that this will not be interpreted as a taking and why? And then also what the status is of the San Francisco ordinance when it comes to the state challenge.
The San Francisco ordinance has completed its legal review and has been upheld by the state Supreme Court. We are well within the confines. It's important to note that some of the elements that we feel place us within the decision at the same Supreme Court is that you have to allow options for the owner. One of the very specific options that is quoted in the case is an opportunity for affordable housing that can be financed. So we have been very careful about making sure that it can happen. And we believe that we will be well within it and we will withstand any challenge.
So on that note, the kind of affordable housing that they would have the option to provide is more flexible than San Francisco's or less?
Well, and I think it's about the same. I think what's important here is there are, the one thing is what a decision says, but we're different than San Francisco. In as much as in San Francisco, a much higher percentage of their units actually have tourists in them during the summer months. So that their provision, for instance, allows them to rent units out in the summer. And that is because it is not unusual in the small geographic span of San Francisco.
And we don't have that
And we don't
provision,
have
right?
that. So we're very, very different.
Okay. All right. That's good to know. Also, if you have people who wanted to, what I call workforce housing, in this example I'm going to give you, if you have two people who are living together and they're working minimum wage, 40 hours a week, what percentage of AMI would those two individuals fall into?
Most likely they would fall into the category between 50 and 60% of AMI. And so if you were to do 100% affordable building, or the provision that is in the amendment that would allow for conversion of those that are 250 units above, they would be able to live in one of these units.
Okay. So is it possible that that scenario isn't accommodated in certain facilities, future facilities, that this would cover?
Well, it depends, again, on what we're trying to do as a city. When we're talking about having units for low income and all levels of incomes across the city, then it, of course, is important to have housing for the workforce, particularly the services sector. If we don't pass this ordinance, we're leaving it completely open for buildings to be sold, because almost all of these are privately held. Almost none of them have public covenants on them now. If they transfer to the open market, there is no way that the couple that you just described could pay the rents that would rise to market. No way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So is it possible under this scenario that if we have, say, a couple that's both working minimum wage, 40 hours a week, et cetera, that we, the city, may have to step in and help accommodate to make that project viable, so that those categorical people step in? Is it possible that we're potentially having to look for more dollars as a city to help accommodate these affordable housing units or projects?
Right. By doing the exemption in a way that requires 100% of the units to be affordable with a 55-year covenant, what we are saying as a policy is that you're going to have to go and get financing through the regular city system. So there would be a subsidy by the city through the Housing Trust Fund. The difficulty is if you raise the minimums, there isn't enough money to cover a regular deal that way. And so there is no question that anything done through the affordable exemption would receive some type of a city subsidy. Otherwise, they would not be able to make it work.
Okay. So we're possibly enhancing the request from developers to come to the city and perhaps continue to ask for money, and they always do on these projects, well, 99% of the time. But on top of that, they may be coming up to us and asking us for a bit more.
The scheme that we've given you stops that. Okay. The scheme that we've given you says, all right, we'll do affordable housing, 100%. That mix of incomes allows them to come in for the regular subsidy. Where we have more subsidy is if you're going to come in as permanent supportive housing. We already have a city policy that says for those that are going to provide housing for the chronically homeless, we give them more, and that is in the form of a rent subsidy of project-based Section 8. And that's very specifically set aside for the chronically homeless.
So what you're saying is you feel comfortable when it comes to the workforce housing. Forget about single-room occupancy for a minute. When it comes to workforce housing projects, where they're going up to 60% AMI, things of that nature, like the families that I just described, are we going to be inclined to run into more requests for subsidies from these developers to the city for those kinds of projects?
Well, I think to the degree that they're already planning them in downtown, I think it feeds the regular pipeline. And what's important about this scheme is that we have, given our limited subsidy, we have to make it work within the state subsidies that we receive. We have to make it work in the stream. And we believe that the scheme that we have presented to you does that. We cannot afford to have to create new programs that put in a bigger subsidy. We will then be milking that away from the rest of the city and spreading that housing across the city. And my responsibility is to come to you with a balanced approach. And we believe that that's what we do.
So if circumstances were to change in the market to the degree that we realize that we're going down a certain path that we didn't anticipate, could we make adjustments to this based on the reality that's creating before us?
Absolutely, we could. And if we of course will study the trend. Because from our point of view, it's very important to know where it's going.
Because if we were willing to commit to the people of Los Angeles that we're going to keep this stagnant and other variables do change, we could find ourselves falling into being successfully sued based on what we talked about earlier. Like you said, the court case actually said, granted that these developers can actually get their projects funded.
Correct. We would come back to you.
So if things go out of whack a bit or what have you, because, for example, it's my understanding that the housing developers, their tax credits, the amount of which they're being able to sell them for is actually changing. It's not as robust. The market is tightened, and they're having to redo their numbers and then looking for other places to fill those gaps, correct?
Yes, we expect that in the NOFA for 2009 that we bring before you every year for the funding of the trust fund, we will be making an adjustment because of the change in the value of the tax credit equity. So in essence, for the next could be 2-year period until the market stabilizes, you will find that there will be a greater level of subsidy from the housing department per unit, which will ultimately mean fewer units will be produced for those 2 years because we have to put in more. That is among the variables that we had to take into account as we thought about a citywide program.
And I just want to clarify that the developers are being subjected to that market. It's not that they're being irresponsible. Obviously, they want to get the most that they can for their tax credits. Always.
That is a completely market-driven issue.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilmember Alacon?
Yeah, on the same line, I understand in the San Francisco ordinance, there was a provision to allow the owners to create hotel operations during the summer months. My question is actually to the city attorney. Did that play any role in the Supreme Court's decision?
Judith Reel, Deputy City Attorney. It was certainly mentioned in the facts of the case, but it was not highlighted in the court's takings analysis or in determining what level of review. The court, in its decision, the court identified factors that it considered to be significant in finding that their ordinance was not a taking, and this ordinance, the ordinance before you today, incorporates, most, if not all, of those factors.
Okay, so that the opportunity that an owner would have, I guess the reason they did it was not so much to deal with the taking issues, but to provide economic opportunity, but to get them to hopefully upgrade their buildings during the summer months so that...
I didn't read it as an attempt to upgrade. I thought that the court said that the impetus between allowing tourist rentals in the summer is because they want to encourage tourism, and those tourists actually stay in the residential hotels in the summer. So it was really...
It's kind of interesting that the tourists would stay in these particular establishments. But I would see, as a council member, I would think that San Francisco's interest was to get the owners to put a little more money into making them more attractive to, if they're more attractive to tourists, theoretically they're providing better conditions to the people that stay there normally.
And that may have been their subjective motive or a subjective motive, but it was not mentioned in the court opinion.
Okay, so you're confident that this ordinance, as is proposed, will stand up to court scrutiny? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning.
Good morning.
This is fascinating discussion because I'm looking at the ones right in my district. For instance, the Cadillac Hotel, which is on Venice Beach, 401 Oceanfront Walk. And there, it's 45 units. And let me just restate what this whole purpose is, which is amazing. The purpose of this ordinance is to benefit the general public by minimizing the adverse impact on the housing supply on displaced low-income, elderly, and disabled persons. which results from the loss of residential unit hotels through conversion and demolition. This is to be accomplished by establishing the status of residential hotel units, by regulating the demolition and conversion of these units to other uses, and by establishing appropriate administrative and judicial remedies. That's the purpose of this, and from what I gather in my district, I probably have about 10 of these residential hotels for a total of 300 units. As I'm looking down the list, there's some prime real estate property, and with there's the Venice Beach Hotel at 25 Windward. These are buildings I know. There's the Marina 7 Hotel on Lincoln Boulevard with units. So the bottom line is, by us passing this ordinance today, we will preserve that opportunity for low-income people, SSI, the elderly, and others to be in these residential hotels. Is that correct?
Essentially, you would be voting in favor of giving those particular buildings and the residents that live with them every opportunity possible for them to remain as they are.
But what if I'm the owner of that building and I'm 401 Oceanfront Walk? My God, I could tear that down and build high-end condos and put the rich in there. Does this stop me from doing that?
Pretty much.
But if I really wanted to go forward, there's some in lieu fee that I would do. Explain how that would work.
Like most laws that regulate whether it's real estate or employment, we are talking about the balance between a public interest and the unfettered right of capitalism. That's what we're always talking about, one way or the other.
You're absolutely right.
So in this situation, the regulation of the hotels makes it clear to those owners what it is they would have to do to get by. They would have to pay an 80% in lieu fee that covers the actual cost of replacement. We will do that with an appraiser building by building. So this is not some kind of generalized formula. We will focus in on each building. So of course, the cost of a replacement in your district on Venice, that is a very high cost.
Right.
And so they would have to pay 80% of that in lieu fee, in addition to the cost of land acquisition for an area not further than 2 miles from the beach. That's what they would have to pay in. So in other words, this is meant to make it difficult, and the Supreme Court has drawn the line, and we are right there on it. In what is, without question, one of the most pro-tenant ordinances that have ever come before the City Council in its entire history.
I must say, I'm flabbergasted and grateful that you're doing this, because I've been suffering through apartments being demolished and condo conversions and kicking my people out, and there goes my middle class and working class and my seniors and my disabled. They're kicked out because of the ocean is where everybody wants to be. So this will give comfort to the seniors who are in those structures. It will give comfort to people on SSI. It will give comfort to those who might even be Section 8, I guess, in some
absolutely.
way. That they can still have the opportunity to live near the beach. And if the developer wants to change that dynamic, they have to pay a fee, and they have to take care of these individuals who are living in there?
That would require relocation. I mean, if they were going to do that, they'd have to go through the relocation process and come directly through the housing department for all of the things we've already talked to, as we've talked about conversions.
Right.
All of that scheme would also apply. Now, the ultimate, I guess, security is a moratorium. Legally, we can't have a moratorium.
Right.
So we are within the scheme that the State Supreme Court has approved for this level of regulation, and we are taking it to its fullest.
Well, I'm just shocked that there aren't all these people who own these buildings coming here screaming at us and saying, oh my God, you're hurting my lifeblood.
I believe that is because most of them, as we said, 87% of the owners are actually true residential hotel owners. There's no conflict about their business. So they're not planning to go out of business. This is about the future. This is 18,000 units. And given the true crisis that we have, and I was happy to be with you Friday night for the budget hearing.
Yeah.
You know how bad it is.
Yeah.
So this is one thing we can do that keeps us within the scheme without having to put in dollars that we don't actually have. And I'm not in the business of coming before you and making an empty promise. Either I can tell you I can fund it, or I can't.
Right.
And I will not, as they say colloquially, BS you. Either we can or we can't. And this is what we can do. It will go further than we have ever gone before in protecting the rights of tenants, particularly the poor.
Well, it's beautiful, and I thank you for your leadership, and Ms. Perry and everybody else. Thank you.
Ms. Perry?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And all that I ask after the discussion, the hearing, the presentation by staff is that we move this ordinance as amended forthwith once the vote was taken. Ordinance as amended, and to move it forthwith.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers on the queue, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the amended version before us, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Ms. Perry. That item will now go forthwith. Next item is item number 8, which is for a card, Zumadog on item number 8.
Yes, and 1 minute will be appropriate on this one. I'd like to say that we just had this whole big thing, and now the next item is an exemption. An exemption that will allow the thing to happen that they just passed the ordinance for. Isn't that perfect? Wah, 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 wah. Anyway, I'd just like to say that I would say, symbolically, I don't like this exemption because I need to say right here it's for provisions which will prohibit, this is about the residential hotels, and I'd just like to say that this is part of affordable housing. It's very important to the city, and we just heard everybody for their reasons, but let's just get it to what City Council cares about, your own redevelopment. Forget about the fact that this helps people, because I don't think Council cares about that one bit. You cannot redevelop downtown and make it the economic and residential hub that you're expecting to with these luxury projects like LA Live and Grand Avenue and now the Broadway corridor redevelopment. None of this redevelopment is going to work, and you're not going to be able to get people to move downtown until you address the number one white elephant in the room, which is homeless. Once again, whop, 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 whop. Because Eli Broad and the royal family of Dubai and all types of people are investing billions and billions of dollars downtown, and it's not going to work because you have the Skid Row problem, you have no affordable housing, and so to look at it from an economic standpoint, forget about people, forget about compassion. Throw them all in the meat grinder. We all know that's what you'd like to do. It's not going to work with all of this billions being spent downtown unless you have real affordable housing, unless you clean up the Skid Row problem. And this information, by the way, is coming to me by one of the top developers in the city. If you know who's telling me this, the mayor would be really, oh my gosh, he'd be outraged if he knew who's telling me this. You're not going to fix downtown till you address the homeless and the Skid Row and the affordable housing. You're wasting billions. And now here's an exemption.
Thank you. Ms. Perry?
I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. The item
Call
is
the
now
question.
before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 9 was called special by Council Members Labange and Reyes.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Reyes. And then we do have, as I spoke to you, Mr. Reyes, we do have a number of cards after you made your opening statement.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Perhaps we should have the public hearing first.
Okay.
And after the public hearing, I'll be introducing what we've done and thank my colleagues in the process. But let's start with the public hearing, then we'll go from there.
Thank you. So we'll do 1 minute as well. We do have a lot of cards. So brevity would be appreciated. And as we go forward, so I'm going to call four people up on this item. Mark Lippis, David Mann, I believe it is, Joan Tabb, and Paul Koretz. Please go ahead.
Good morning, and
morning.
thank you. My name is Mark Lippis. I'm just a civilian in Westwood. Thank you, sir. And because a picture is worth 1,000 words, I just thought I would show you perhaps some poster children, or actually this is one house, for mansionization in Westwood Boulevard. And to put this in perspective, I'm leaving my remarks because I don't have the time. That's my little 2,000 square foot house. This is my neighbor, a 2,000 square foot house, and this is what he has built. A 6,500 square foot house on top of garages with a roof deck and an elevator. This is mansionization, and I have to tell you that I think it is bizarre. I only have 8 seconds left. It'll never work. It's bizarre to listen to people talking about low-income housing, and then 5 minutes later, we're going to be listening to people who are going to be in favor of mansionization. The juxtaposition is amazing. One last comment, because I'm over time. Just so you know, I'm a capitalist. My BS is from Wharton. My MBA is from the University of Chicago. I favor private property rights, but I don't believe that the tyranny of the minority can overrule the benefits and the right of the majority to enjoy their neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you. Mark Lippis. David Mann. I'm sorry, that was Mark. David, followed by Joan, followed by, again, Paul Koretz. If you all could be ready to go, that'd be great. Thank you.
I'm David Mann, member of the Miracle Mile Residential Association, Mid-City West. I live 1 block off of Wilshire. I think we know, these are mid-20s, Spanish, French, and English, one-of-a-kind, unique character houses with their own architectural profile. People moved there for that reason. I hope there's no one here from Newhall, because these remind me of houses I see in Newhall, in suburban desert communities. They're fine, but these are now being built in Miracle Mile. It lowers property values. It also destroys the character of the neighborhood. One last comment. I've been poking around building and safety. Certain areas, I think certain houses you'll recognize, have covered archways for driveways or walkways, which were allowed to be built on the property line. Houses that are now being torn down that look like this are actually being built on the property line, no 5-foot setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joan Tabb, followed by Paul, then Holly Schroeder after that. Thank you.
My name is Joan Tabb. I'd also like to address mansionization. I know you are working on this ordinance. A home is being built next door to my 2,800 square foot home, or 2,600 square foot home. That's replacing a 2,800 square foot home. This home is in excess of 7,000 square feet on an 8,010 foot lot. It was approved by the city. Because we were told that our area, although it's as flat as this floor, is a hillside. I came specifically to address Councilman Weiss. I live in Beverlywood, which has its own CC&Rs. As you well know, you represent us ably. I have been sandbagged by the Homeowners Association. I have put in repeated calls, my husband and I, to review these plans before they were approved. We were ignored. We called, we were ignored. We had an attorney write a letter requesting a meeting. The letter came back saying the city passed it, we passed it, and we will have no further discussion. And I really came for your help, your assistance, your input, and your suggestions, Councilman Weiss. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
You very much. Paul Koretz, Holly Schroeder, David Spiegel.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the Council. I've long been aware of the problem of mansionization, and when I was in the state legislature, I had a lot of complaints come to my office, but no direct way to do anything about it. But the reason I'm here is because I didn't realize how pervasive it was until I became a candidate and started to walk door to door. And I found that in most neighborhoods in the 5th District, every block has 1 or 2 of these out-of-scale, boxy behemoths either under construction or already built, with extra wide driveways that reduce parking, with very limited setbacks. This absolutely devastates the aesthetics of these neighborhoods. Now, I'm not entirely unsympathetic to people with 2 or 3 bedroom homes who can't afford to buy a 6-bedroom mansion. and want one. I understand that desire, but I think that the City Council should come down on the side of residents whose neighborhoods are being devastated and approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I believe now. Holly Schroeder with the Building Industry Association. As you consider this ordinance, this is a pretty complicated topic, and we don't deny that there are examples and problems that are existing, but I want to recognize that even though there are isolated issues of single homes, that the approach that's being taken here is a sweeping change for the entire city. That's going to have secondary consequences. As you see in the report from the CLA, this has an immediate impact on property values. It is really not getting at some of the core issues of massing and articulation in properties. So I really ask that you take a look at some of these core issues. Because it is a sweeping change, one of the things it does is it sweeps all projects, all housing development projects into it. Even though the concerns are with single homes out of scale with a neighborhood, subdivisions are affected by this. So we really want to make sure you're looking at the entire scope of this ordinance. Consider exempting subdivisions. Consider using other planning tools that exist, such as community plans and overlays. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Spiegel, be followed by Mark Handel, followed by Sean Evenheim and Joe Higgins.
Hi, good morning. My name is David Spiegel. I'm here today to speak in opposition of the mansionization housing ordinance. This ordinance wants the city to use a one-size-fits-all approach to this. I believe that it would be more appropriate to implement this in community plans, not do it on a citywide basis. Also, home values will drop in the residential zone if you haven't already maximized the potential of your lot if this were to pass. That will also lead to a decrease in tax revenues for the city. I think also that we should exempt subdivisions. They have their own approval process that can deal with issues like this. And while I don't have time to speak about all the inherent problems that are in the current ordinance, I think that anything over 400 square feet as a garage gets counted against the house is a mistake. It leads to two-car garages. It leads to putting more cars on the street. And also, when it comes to volume area, what you're doing is taking away the volume that is allowed and counting upstairs volume against the square footage, which leads to building just basically a bigger box. Thank you.
Mark Handel?
Hi, my name is Mark Handel. I'm also against the ordinance as it is written. Many of you know me as a builder and a developer, and I can tell you from our side, because it is a polarizing issue, we recognize and support the idea that a mansionization ordinance, its time has come, and we believe that we should support one that makes sense. The problems that I have with this specific ordinance is that I believe that the City Council's thrown the baby out with the bathwater. They have focused on some narrow specific issues, specifically square footage, where if they defined an aesthetic quality of life, setbacks on the second floor, lot coverage on the lot itself, and allowed homeowners and builders to build within that envelope, I think that you would have much nicer neighborhoods, and we could also accommodate the additional parking needs and square footage that we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sean Evenheim, followed by Joe Higgins, followed by Connie Elliott.
Good afternoon, Sean Evenheim. I don't agree with one fits all, and I'll share with you a project that we developed in the last 2 years in West Hills. We built 18 homes. We worked with the community and the council office. Part of the development included a natural life park that was donated to the Mountain Conservancy. This will not be able to be redeveloped or developed in the future. The reason is subdivision should be excluded. This should be done really on a district by district, on the plans by plans with the planning department. This should not just be done as one blanket fits all. I agree with the comments on the garages. What we're going to do is put more cars on the streets. The garages at 400 square feet will hardly allow for two-car garage, so that should be amended. And I agree with what Mr. Handel said. We need the mansionization ordinance, but this is the wrong one, and we need to send it back to make sure it's the right one for the city. The impact financially on the city will be enormous. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Joe Higgins, Connie Elliott, and then David Garfinkel.
Joe Higgins, Studio City, Council District 2. Mr. Labange, thank you for your email last night. I ask that you pass this ordinance and attach an urgency clause. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Connie.
Connie Elliott, on behalf of the Studio City Residents Association and our 1,700 member households, say that we need this now to protect our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Brevity from my Studio City residents. Thank you. David Garfinkel, followed by Stephen Moyer, followed by Stacy Antler.
I'm Dave Garfinkel. I'm the president of the Tarzana Property Owners Association and a member of the Tarzana Neighborhood Council. We've been working with the city for a year and a half to get this ordinance where it is. It's a very unusual ordinance in that it combines the needs of the homeowners to protect their neighborhoods and protect the privacy of neighbors with the rights of builders and developers. The ordinance was developed as a result of a very unusual coordination between all of those existing groups. The one-size-fits-all is no longer appropriate. There is a provision, the residential floor district, which allows any neighborhood to change either higher or lower the requirements of the general ordinance. So that should take care of any of those objections. We strongly urge passage now. We believe the urgency is immediate, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Stephen, followed by Stacy, followed by Lisa Sarkin and Martha Stevens.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Moyer. I'm here from the Cheviot Hills Homeowners Association. I'm also speaking on behalf of 3 other homeowners associations on the west side. The feeling that this is an urgent matter, I cannot state enough. In the last 4 months, every time this thing comes up, the developers and the real estate lobby ask that it go back for further study, and 4 or 5 more of these behemoths go up in our neighborhood. If you walk through Cheviot Hills, which is an area that was developed in the 1920s, it now looks like a new housing project. We are getting hammered. We ask you for your support now, and we ask you for the urgency clause. Thank you.
Stacy Antler, Lisa Sarkin, Martha Stevens.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Antler. I am a member of the West Side Neighborhood Council, and I've lived in Cheviot Hills for 46 years. I do not recognize my neighborhood anymore. In a lovely neighborhood that had 40-foot setbacks, I'm now seeing houses that are 6 feet off the sidewalk. It's out of control. It's taking up resources. We're in a drought, and how much more water does a 6,000 square foot house use than a 1,500 square foot house? I'm counting the prepared remarks I had because of the urgency of this, but I just want to tie something together that somebody spoke about earlier. I believe it's a red herring for the building industry to say that this will affect revenues in the city. If you really want to raise money, start charging fees for the LA Marathon and for the Oscars. These events are going to take place in the city anyway. People are not going to take the Oscars and move them someplace else. Charge them a fee. This is just a red herring, but we desperately need your help, and I urge you, please, please, please pass this ordinance today.
Thank you.
Lisa Sarkin, Studio City Neighborhood Council. You've all seen these pictures, I believe, before. This is my backyard, where a 2,800 square foot house was allowed to be built with all the windows facing my backyard. This is a subdivision. 4 of these monsters, 11,000 square foot homes on a 15,000 square foot lot, are approved. This is a 6,000 square foot house on a 5,000 square foot lot. Towers over where these things were all allowed to. In my neighborhood, there's 200 homes. 79 have already been changed into the mammoths. So we request that you please pass this ordinance now. It's not the best thing, but at least each community will be able to put its own ordinance in and get what the communities want to keep our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Martha Stevens, followed by Cynthia Shavtal, followed by Jody Wood.
In the past 3 years, it seems that trees and homes have been uprooted to make way for these large boxes, 5, 6, 7,000 square feet on 5,000 and 6,000 square foot lots. They loom up over the neighborhood. They've destroyed the character of the neighborhood. They've destroyed the privacy. They've destroyed gardens, blocking the shade. I urge you to support this ordinance and include in it an urgency clause. We have another house going down across the street, 5 houses in 3 blocks. All the houses are the same, and they're not selling. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia, followed by Jody Wood, followed by Michael McHugh and Patty Felker-Brainer.
Hi, good morning. Cindy Shavado-Keene. I am the current president of the Hancock Park Homeowners Association and a member of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council. I'm here to ask the council to please pass this ordinance. The time has come. We need to preserve the city. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jody Wood with California Home Builders. I am here to oppose the ordinance. I don't feel having a citywide ordinance is the answer. I feel every community is different and should have its own restrictions and guidelines. I feel subdivisions should be exempt. They go through an extensive process and also a hearing where people can make their comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Michael McHugh, Studio City Neighborhood Council. We submitted a community impact statement on this issue, and I want to be sure that all council members pay attention and make note of that. I do not speak for our board, but I did endorse our statement, and speaking as an individual stakeholder, I urge council to support and adopt this ordinance, which will establish a sensible limit on the floor to area ratios for residential properties. Studio City has been particularly negatively impacted by these gross overbaked mansions that are completely out of character with our community, and they're offensive to our established visual aesthetic. My French mama would have called them déclassés. Okay, so I respectfully ask council to attach an urgency clause to this action, because even though people are saying that this action, the time has come, it's actually way past overdue. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Felker-Brainer, Mike Bueller, and Joan Lux.
Good afternoon. I'm Patty Felker-Brainer. I'm a member of the Consolidated Board of Realtors in Councilman Park's district. I'm calling and speaking on behalf of the Consolidated Board of Realtors, who have had several meetings regarding the mansionization issue, and the one-size-fits-all is not appropriate for the entire city. I'm sorry that Studio City and some of these other areas are having problems unique to their areas, but there are many, many, many areas in the city that this is going to negatively impact. So it's very, very important that the council people work out the details, work with other neighborhoods, not just the 136 people that participated in this. The entire city needs to be involved. And if these people are having problems, then they should deal with it in their own neighborhoods at this time. We do not have a sense of urgency. I'm in a real estate professional organization and a real estate professional for 25 years. We do not have an urgency. We have a real estate recession. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Lux, who's followed by Mike Bueller. Go ahead, Joan.
Thank you. My name is Joan Lux, and I am president of the Cahuenga Pass Neighborhood Association, and I'm also president of the Federation of Hillside and Canyon Associations. And I, too, request that this ordinance be moved along and applied with the urgency clause. First of all, I want to thank my councilman, Tom LaBonge, for bringing this motion to us. I believe it's about a year and a half ago. This is, it's not a perfect ordinance. There are certain things about it that I am not pleased with. But the reality is, for the overall picture, this must be done. This is a start. It's a very good start. And we ask that you fully, all of you, unanimously support it, because this is the way to go. We have got homes in my neighborhood, in the flats, that are overbuilt, oversized, incompatible, and don't belong there. And they are in construction or about to get permits, so I ask this to be moved along. Thank you very much for allowing me this time.
Thank you. Mike Bueller, followed by Dan Zilberman, followed by David Ewing and Jack Rolston.
Good afternoon, Mike Bueller, Director of Advocacy for the Los Angeles Conservancy. The impact of huge new homes and outsized additions and remodels cannot be overstated. It seems as if no neighborhood, rich or poor, historic or contemporary, is immune to the loss of character and diminishment of privacy that invariably accompanies the arrival of the McMansion. We believe that the proposed ordinance is an important first step towards stemming the teardown trend and bringing a measure of sensitivity to new development without quashing it. As for concerns about the potential economic impacts of curbing Mansonization, it is instructive to look at the experiences of other cities. In Austin, Texas, for example, those opposing Mansonization standards ominously predicted that the new controls would lead to plummeting land values. To the contrary, a study released this past February, conducted 16 months after the city's ordinance was adopted, found that the property values hadn't dropped and construction activity had actually increased. Median prices in many neighborhoods had increased as well. The Conservancy urges the City Council to address the damaging effect of out-of-scale development in our city's residential neighborhoods by adopting the proposed Mansionization ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan, followed by David, followed by Jack.
Hi, my name is Don Zilberman. I'm a resident of Encino. I'm a builder in. Thank you. I'm building single-family houses in San Fernando Valley, and dealing with a lot of neighbors. I feel that most of the intention here is not really the size, is kind of bad taste, but after the last 5-6 years that we have a boom real estate, there's a lot of unprofessionals that join and start building houses. Some of them I agree, are pretty bad, but that's not a way to punish everybody. Now another issue is the revenue that those houses bring to the city, because for instance, for Studio City, you're building a 4,000 square feet house that generates $2 million. That's pretty much financed the entire block by approximately $20,000 a year revenue to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. David Ewing, Jack Rolston, followed by James Litz.
My name is Jack Rolston. I represent the American Society of Civil Engineers because we've been working on codes for the last 50 years on a volunteer basis. I suggest 2 minor changes. At the last hearings over the last year and a half, I've heard repeatedly that the houses are too crowded together, but yet they've retained the same setback, which is 10% for a one-story, and then 1 additional foot for the second and third story. I recommend 10%, 15, and 20%. A 2-story house on a 50-foot wide lot would only increase the setback 2.5 feet, but that's something towards alleviating the problem. The second one is that single lots flatter than 3 horizontal to 1 should be included. This provision is already in the code, section 1805.3, and has been there for a number of years. This section provides greater setback for the steeper lots.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jack. Is David Ewing here? David Ewing? Okay. If not, James Litz, followed by Stephen Minari, followed by Richard Otterstrom.
Good afternoon. I'm James Litz. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Beverly Hills Greater Los Angeles Association of Realtors, 5,400 members strong. The association is opposed to the ordinance in its current form. The economic aspects alone that were in the report regarding the lower property values and the lower tax revenue should be enough for you to oppose this ordinance at this time. Is there bad design out there? There's a lot of bad design out there. Design standards, community plans, and protecting neighborhood character. Yes, this is a goal of everyone, but this ordinance goes a little bit too far in making it a one-size-fits-all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Steve Minari, followed by Richard Otterstrom, followed by Barbara Monahan Burke and Todd Royal.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Manavi, President of Beverly Hills Association of Realtors. The Association of Realtors is opposed to the baseline mansionization ordinance in its current form. This ordinance is a one-size-fits-all approach to urban planning. This will not allow families to grow on-site, nor does it reflect the expectation of homeowners wanting to build their dream home. As supported by the city's economic report, this will result in lower property values and lower tax revenues to the city. Both aspects are unacceptable in these economic times. By working collaboratively with neighborhood councils, homeowner associations, architects, and urban planners, the city will be able to find common ground to address all of the concerns that brought this issue forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, council members, I'm Realtor Rick Otterstrom. And the council and the departments need to have a harder look at the unintended consequences of this and other ordinances. Under this ordinances, hundreds of homes will become non-conforming. Hazard insurance is becoming more and more difficult to obtain in California and has been for some time. Insurers look for any excuse for not insuring. One of those excuses is non-conforming. If a property is non-conforming, they're less interested in insuring it. Without insurance, you have no financing. That's on new construction or on existing construction. If you have a loan and your insurance company won't renew because suddenly you're non-conforming, you don't have insurance, you can't get insurance, the lender pulls the financing, you have to pay it off. If you don't have the money, the lender takes the home away from you. It's a problem that has not been looked at here, and I would suggest that this go back and have another look. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Manhenberg, followed by Todd Royal, followed by Susan Alverson.
Honorable City Council, Barbara Monahan Burke, 4223 Wilkinson Avenue, Studio City. Thank you, Council Members Gruel and Labange, for your communications in support of this recently. As a board member of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, I want you to know that we did submit a CIS in support of this baseline mansionization ordinance, especially its inclusion of overlays as possibilities for individual communities. Now, speaking personally, I ask that an urgency clause be attached. Our neighborhoods are being destroyed now. And they have been. For years, we have worked with the City Planning Commission and City Council to develop this baseline mansionization ordinance, one that works for all the city as a true baseline to be modified by individual communities. We don't need more time spent on this. Let us have this baseline. The individual communities throughout this city can work out with their council member what they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Royal. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I am a Studio City Neighborhood Council board member. I'm specifically the renter seat. You've heard many people talk about the different homes. We as renters in the city have been going through our places have been gutted. We're losing privacy. Speaking personally, I know as a recently married individual, my wife has just been incredibly threatened. We have had a luxury condo and townhouse that is loomed over our building, which is 36 feet, which can see directly into our bedroom, our showers. That is one of many. I could give hundreds of examples after recently just having to run for the Studio City Neighborhood Council seat, walking around everywhere from Moore Park. I realize that we keep hearing things about Studio City, but we all have friends throughout the city. We've heard from different groups from without the city, so I'd ask you to please pass this with an urgency clause attached. And again, thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Gauthier. I'm a resident of Valley Village in the San Fernando Valley and a board member of this Valley Village Neighborhood Council. My comments are mine personally and not necessarily represent the whole community. Our community in Valley Village is not, I wouldn't say evenly divided, but is somewhat divided between those who feel this ordinance is too restrictive and those that feel it should be more restrictive. The words that come to mind are proportionality and out of character, which this ordinance deals with. The term one size fits all is extremely misleading because it is extremely flexible and accommodating, I think, reasonable size to the size of a lot in any part of Los Angeles. And therefore, I recommend and hope that the board will pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Alverson, followed by Lori Anderson, followed by Erica Fox.
Hi, my name is Susan Alverson. I live in Studio City in Colfax Meadows. I live in a 1,500 square foot house that was built in 1940, a ranch style house. There's not a lot left in the city anymore, and I've watched the 1928 Spanish torn down behind me. They've built a 4,500 square foot house. They look into my backyard. I invite the entire council, in fact, to come over for a barbecue and see what it's like to sit in my backyard in a fishbowl now. They're ripping down our neighborhoods, and I urge you to please consider the integrity of Los Angeles, consider the fact that we are being overdeveloped at a rapid rate, not just in our neighborhoods, but in the community, our outlying communities as well. And please pass this ordinance with an urgency clause. Thank you so much.
Lori, then Erica Fox, and then didn't have a name on it, but the Hollywood Dell Civic Association.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lori Anderson, and I am a resident of the Studio City, Colfax Meadows area. And I urge you to vote on the baseline mansionization ordinance, and I request that you put through the urgency clause. It's kind of important, not just for what it looks like, these mansions, but they're not selling. They're just sitting there. They're not renting. They're not selling. One just got posted with no one can go into it. They look horrible in our neighborhood, but also families that want to go into this neighborhood to go to the public schools can't afford them anymore. So we're just pushing people outside of the public school areas, and I think it's a real tragedy. So I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Erica Fox. I live in Studio City in Colfax Meadows, and I stand here in support of the baseline mansionization ordinance. And I request that you add the urgency clause. Now, I kind of feel funny talking because there was this whole thing about, the residency hotels. But in some ways, it's also part of the same thing. It's developers coming into a neighborhood and a community that they don't know and they don't live there, and putting their money in there and getting their money out of it, and sort of leaving the neighborhood somewhat destroyed. I wanted to answer something Janice Hahn brought up about, this has nothing to do with mansionization, but I have two children. One is 10 years old and one is 3 years old. The 3-year-old is too young to know anything, but the 10-year-old is worried about things. He's worried about global warming, he's worried about health care, he's worried about public education, but he is not worried about terrorism. So since he is one of the constituents, I suggest that these are the things that the City Council concentrates on. Thank you.
Thank you. From the Dell Civic Association, followed by Cindy Cleghorn, and then Ron Evenheim.
Forgive me for being remiss. My name is George Scarpellis. I speak for the Hollywood Dell Civic Associations. We're very supportive of this measure. We see the kinds of things going on in our neighborhood that are beyond just being aesthetically negative and functionally negative for our neighborhood. It has an impact in terms of safety. These large construction projects impact the traffic, they destroy roads, and they cause tremendous problems for our neighborhood. We're not NIMBYs. We believe in development, and we're okay with people developing, but if they're going to develop in ways that are going to ruin our neighborhoods and cause an impact that's negative to our quality of life, that's of great concern. So we urge you not only to pass this measure with the urgency clause, but to extend it to other parts of the city. Thank you very much.
Good morning, council members. My name is Cindy Cleghorn, and I serve on the board for the Sunland Tahunga Neighborhood Council. Sunland Tahunga was the catalyst of where we are today with the mansionization ordinance. I strongly urge your support to urgently pass this ordinance today. Our neighbors have participated in this and talked about it and attended hearings and voiced their concerns to get us where we are today. And we want to protect and preserve our neighborhoods urgently, so thank you for your support.
Ron Evenheim, followed by Jarrett White, followed by Shelley Wagers.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Council Member. My name is Ron Evenheim, and I'm a private developer in San Fernando Valley. I'm against this ordinance in its current form, and I'm not speaking about the 6,000 or 7,000 square feet homes that were shown in some of the photos. We're talking about homes that are in Reseda, Van Nuys, Mission Hills, and are not those size homes. They're actually between 2,000 and 3,000 square feet homes and are in the more affordable range. We bought land over the past few years with the intention of redevelopment based on what was available, or what was allowed back then. If this ordinance passed, we do want some changes in it, and specifically providing us with ample time to go to the plan check process before the new rules apply for some of these properties that I mentioned. If we can't do that, we won't be able to develop some of these properties at all, and this will impact our employees, our suppliers, our subcontractor, and general impact on the city will be substantial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jarrett White, Shelley Wagers, and Ellen Burgoa.
Good morning. Jarrett White with Circa Development. I'm in the development business. I just wanted to say that I am opposed to the ordinance as it stands. I've listened to over 7 people who are in favor of the ordinance as it stands, and from what I'm understanding is that it doesn't have anything to do with square footage per se, but it sounds like it has to do more with being a responsible builder in terms of architecture. I support the fact that we take a look at the ordinance, look at our architecture, build something that is compatible with the neighborhood, or at least be in harmony with the neighborhood. These ordinances that have been put in place can definitely be rectified. As Mr. Handel said, I think it's time for builders and architects and neighborhoods to work together, be responsible, and bring something to the neighborhood that everyone can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shelley, followed by Ellen, and then followed by Kurt Rademakers.
Thank you. I'm Shelley Wagers. My husband and I live on 5th Street in Los Angeles and support this ordinance with reservations. R1 zones are the single biggest group of homes in the city, including bonuses and a 400 square foot freebie for attached garages. The ordinance leaves R1 zones open to homes more than twice the size of the median older home. But the ordinance has one saving grace. It is better than nothing. Please pass this ordinance and follow up promptly with an amendment for R1 neighborhoods. At a minimum, the amendment should stipulate that only single-story detached garages qualify as uncounted garage space. That would eliminate the 400 square foot freebie for attached garages that add so much bulk to oversized homes and rarely, if ever, actually house cars. Protection for R1 zones should not be deferred to an overlay. It is fundamental to the meaning of the ordinance. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Ellen, followed by Kurt Rademakers, followed by Stephen Gilbert.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Ellen Bergeron, and I am speaking against the ordinance as it's written. I don't believe that the aesthetic result that you desire can be achieved by passing this ordinance. I believe that aesthetics are neighborhood issues. The genesis of this ordinance is a response to big, ugly houses but oftentimes those big, ugly houses have replaced small, ugly, and obsolete houses. I think that the value of the property that those houses sit on is determined by the potential allowable development, and I believe that this will affect our tax base. I believe that in some areas of this city, it will have a very negative effect on the ability of families to provide appropriate housing for their immediate or extended family. Is that it?
That is. Would you like to finish your thoughts quickly?
I would like to just say that the market in LA is struggling, and there are many attendant issues to the market in LA. There are products and services relating to real estate, and I think that it would be a very negative impact for our city if this ordinance is passed as it's written.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kurt Rademakers, followed by Stephen Gilbert, followed by Barbara Brody.
My name is Kurt Rademakers. I'm with the Greater Griffith Park Neighborhood Council. I'm here to support this ordinance and to urge your support for it. Greater Griffith Park Neighborhood Council declared support for this ordinance by consensus in 2006. I'm guessing that most city council members are homeowners themselves, and I'm sure you'd be extremely dismayed to wake up one morning and find a house next to yours that towered 2 stories over yours, eliminated your privacy, blocked your sunlight, and reduced your property value, including the value of the house on the other side of this new McMansion. That's not right, and it shouldn't be taken away from existing property owners. This council has recently done a lot to support residential developers with the city's ordinance that supports SB 1818. I think it's time to let existing homeowners know that you protect their interests and you're interested in their interests as well. We really need to stop McMansionization now. If there are excessive provisions here, they can be backed out later. It's important, and I urge you to vote for this ordinance today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Stephen Gilbert.
Madam President, members of the council, I'm here to support this ordinance, and I'm a member of the Brentwood Park Property Owners Association and its Land Use Committee Chairman, also a member of the Brentwood Community Council, a member of its Land Use Committee. I think that this document, which I downloaded last night, which states this ordinance, is a real, I have a cognitive problem, is a real document that represents the public comment process at its best. I've been involved in this ordinance since its beginning, since its first workshop, and I think it deserves your support. I just want to add one comment about the planning department staff, which I have worked with since the beginning, and I want to commend them for their diligence and particularly in their commitment in getting back. I know, and I don't know why I would be the only one, of getting back to me every time that I called, and I want to thank them, and I think they deserve everyone's applause.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker will be Barbara Brody.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here speaking on behalf of Westwood South of Santa Monica Boulevard Homeowner Association, 3,800 single-family and condominium homes in the West Side. I'd like to say, first of all, I'd also like to commend the planning department staff for their extensive outreach to the community on this issue. This is not a one-size-fits-all item. This does allow for neighborhood variation, and we need that variation, and we appreciate having it. There are opinions on both sides of the spectrum still. Some believe this should be stricter, some believe it should be relaxed. We believe it has to be put on the books today, now, because time is of the essence. It can be tweaked in the future. LA is not an island. We are surrounded by other municipalities that have already adopted similar measures. On the west side, Beverly Hills and Santa Monica both have similar ordinances, and believe me, property prices have not fallen there, nor have you seen an exodus of building in those communities. What you can see, you don't have to go to Texas to see this, what you can see in this county is that there are new homes being built that are appropriate to the lots and the communities. We thank you. One man's dream project can easily be other neighbors' nightmares.
Thank you so much. Jan Reichman. Jan Reichman?
Hello, my name is Jan Reichman. I am president of the Comstock Hills Homeowners Association, whose board unanimously supports the Baseland Mansionization Ordinance. I am also a realtor. I have been a realtor for 30 years. I have seen buyers reject homes because of an oversized monster that is built next door to them. The ordinance is fair, well-discussed, and important to protect the character of our neighborhoods. It does not infringe on the rights of reasonable people who wish to develop or expand their properties. Thank you.
Will Wright, please. Mr. Will Wright.
Hi, thank you. My name is Will Wright. I work for the American Institute of Architects, and I just wanted to take a moment to express our support for this ordinance and to also recognize the diligence of Eric Lopez and Betsy Wiseman for steering this through, and the leadership of President Commission Jane Usher. I think it's one thing to remind them that this is a baseline, this is a starting point, and it's an excellent starting point. It's something that can be shaped, has flexibility. For all the concerns out there, I think one thing this complements is your green building program. It also complements your efforts to preserve affordable housing, and it complements your efforts to preserve neighborhood character. So thank you with that, and I encourage you to engage AIA as often as early as possible with regards to the hillside and the coastal version of this same ordinance. Thank you.
Ann Bish. Ann Bish. Or Ann Bish.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President. My name is Ann Beisch. My husband and I are homeowners in the city. I have been active with watching this ordinance as it began and proceeded, working with Eric Lopez, watching as Tom LaBonge began it, and with the changes that our Councilman Jack Weiss has instituted. It's a good ordinance. It's a good start. It's a way to preserve our neighborhoods. It's a way to preserve our city. I would urge you to pass this ordinance and to continue on this road. Thank you.
Patricia Carroll. Patricia Carroll, are you still here? Okay, come on up to the mic. And after Patricia will be Stephen Lewis, and Stephen Lewis is our last speaker.
Hello, my name is Patricia Carroll. I'm a member of the Greater Wilshire Neighborhood Council and also a real estate professional. Builders and developers have abused their rights and privileges at the expense and lack of consideration of our neighborhoods. Sadly, we cannot trust them to respect the neighborhoods where in most cases they are not stakeholders. Therefore, I urge you to pass this ordinance with the urgency clause. Thank you.
Thank you. Now for our last speaker.
My name is Stephen Lewis. I'm a resident of the Windsor Square area. I'm here to urge that you pass this ordinance with the urgency clause attached. I'd like to point out from listening to the speakers that preceded me that it seems clear from the division that this is an issue of quality of neighborhood and character of our city versus profit. I haven't heard one speaker on behalf of defeating the ordinance who wants to build a mansion on a postage stamp that they own. all of those who are opposed to the ordinance seem to be absentee developers who don't have to suffer or don't intend to suffer the discomfort and disruption caused by mansionization. I urge you to pass it with the urgency clause attached.
Thank you very much, and that will close our public hearing. And our first speaker in the queue, or Mr. Reyes, did you want to ask a question?
Yes, as chair of the committee, I wanted to ask the person now to come on up and use my 6 minutes as judiciously as possible.
Oh, my. Okay, very good.
Okay.
Let's give him a hand for that.
As they're coming forward, I'd like to invite the staff. I want to thank Councilor Tom Labange for presenting this motion, along with Councilor Gruhl and the others who did second this motion. So thank you, Councilor Labange. That started almost 3 years ago, actually. And the mantra that one size does not fit all could not be further from the truth in this particular situation. We are very much in tune with the fact that Brentwood, Westwood, Cheviot Hills, Studio City, Valley Village, all the folks who have been here, also in parts, believe it or not, in Lincoln Heights and Montecito Heights, where you have these incompatibilities that do exist. And our focus was to look at the objectives of the motion as written by Councilor Labange and start breaking down this issue in a manner in which we can process the goals that were stated in the ordinance, but more importantly, to re-emphasize throughout the city, for all the neighborhoods, that we need to ask the question, what fits? What fits, what's compatible, and how do we move in a direction where we can protect our neighborhoods while dealing with this issue of protecting property rights. So that being said, there are certain objectives that we did try to reach. If we can ask the city attorney to also join us at the table, that'd be great. The single-story high district objective really was to establish a way to preserve single-story neighborhoods that want to stay single-story. In terms of residential floor area districts, where property owners believe the proposed FAR limits are too restrictive or not restrictive enough, the residential floor area district creates an avenue for a community to consult with each other and determine if a larger or smaller FAR is more appropriate for that neighborhood. So built into the ordinance, we created a mechanism to create these districts. But it really is about the property owners and the folks living in those neighborhoods to define themselves, and that vehicle is there. The zoning administrator adjustments, that goal was to increase flexibility in the application of the FAR limits when special circumstances are present. And that will occur knowing that the council office and stakeholders will probably be involved anyway. And I do want to ask the staff if you can speak to the new definitions for single-family development objectives that were stated therein. Please hold my time.
Okay.
Can you address that section on the new definitions for single-family development?
Sure. Betsy Wiseman for the Planning Department. There currently in the code is no actual definition for single-family residential floor area. There's just a general definition for floor area, and it doesn't work very well for residential. So that was the first starting point that we put in to make that clear.
So what does the new definition include?
It counts the area within the exterior walls of all structures. It has the portions of a building in excess of 100 square feet with ceiling height greater than 14 feet, counting as twice. That's really because in terms of neighbors and people living next door, the bulk of the building is what they're looking at. And the area of stairwells only counts once, and an attic with ceiling height more than 7 feet counts. And that was to get at the fact that some areas were not being counted even though they were usable and habitable. So we just tried to clarify that. And we also don't count the first 400 square feet of garage.
Okay, so
And that's
again,
because 2 parking spaces are required.
so it makes it very clear what's counted, what isn't, the intent, as well as the terminology. In terms of the objectives of the FAR reduction, an articulation bonus. Can you speak to the objectives of that section of the ordinance?
Sure. The original purpose was really to establish an appropriate size of single-family homes in relation to the lot size. And what we're trying to do is to regulate and curb excessively large, oversized single-family homes that encroach on their neighbors and preserve the scale of single-family neighborhoods. Right now, you heard a good deal of comment that that this ordinance is one size fits all. Actually, what we have currently is only one regulation, one FAR citywide that does not fit all. It's one FAR that allows huge homes to be built. So what we were trying to do was to set different FARs for each single-family zone, and those are according to the character of the zone. And recognizing that, for example, a single-family rural neighborhood in the valley should not have the same FAR and is not the same as the more urban areas. And we looked at incentives to get away from the box-like structures. And those incentives are using proportional stories, also articulating the front of the building so that we're not regulating the design or limiting the type of design, but we're allowing incentives to not be box-like. And at Plum, there was a third method for a bonus, a 20% bonus, and that's encouraging green building methods. I think that goes beyond.
And I know these are technical answers, but for the record, I want to make sure people understand that we did everything in our capacity as a city to establish these nuances to create the type of flexibility that complements existing
Absolutely.
neighborhoods. In
And
terms
to
of
be-
maximum height and depending on roof slope, can you speak to those objectives?
On the maximum height, we wanted to ensure that the mass of the taller structures are broken up, that box-like structures have a lower height, and to reduce the looming. You heard from a number of folks that one of the problems was being in your home and then suddenly having a house built next door to you that was looming over you in your backyard, reducing your privacy. And we also made varied roof lines to allow more light and air to reach neighboring properties as protection.
Okay. Now, colleagues, what you're hearing is many of the technical details that we went through over 2 years of processes. The Commission reviewed this before it got to Plum. Plum reviewed it, 2 or 3 times?
4 times.
4 times. We sent it back to Commission. They reviewed it. We got their blessing. And each time we had a public hearing. So we did our best to be as inclusive as possible. We tried to break down all the technical issues, keeping an eye on property rights while respecting the character of the neighborhoods. So our interest was to establish this flexibility. If you look at this map, and I'm not sure if all of you have this map, but it'll give you a sense of where the R1 zones lie. So you look at the darker brown shades, that's where you see the prominence of R1 zones. And these are the areas that we need to protect in order for us to ensure that character and compatibility can be promoted as we grow in this metropolis we call Los Angeles. The other interesting dynamic here is this notion of how this interplays with the whole subdivision process. Now, we just had a very short discussion, and I wanted us to address that point. I know Councilmember Smith was concerned with that issue as well.
Yes.
Can you explain how this process parallels or interfaces with the subdivision?
Sure.
And then speak to the flexibility and the notion of compatibility that is the priority of this ordinance.
Sure. There's been a question about how this interacts or interfaces with subdivisions. When a property is going through a subdivision process, it's really looking at the division of land. It may or may not include the homes or structures that are going to be built on that property. A subdivision would be anything for more parcels that are going to be built on. Yeah, it could even be one or two as a parcel map. And if there's a small number of parcels being built or divided, and they're going into an already established community, and we're looking at really an infill development, then certainly the compatibility with the rest of the neighborhood is important, because you're only building maybe 4 new houses, maybe 5 new houses, and you're in a neighborhood that's established. If you're going out into an area that's completely undeveloped and developing a whole new community in a very large subdivision, then the character of that community would be defined by that subdivision, and we do have a way of looking at that for very large areas. But in the smaller areas, the compatibility with the neighborhood would still be required, and certainly the interests of the people in that block or in that surrounding area, they would be very concerned if there's just 5 houses being built next to them. So they would still need to comply. There is flexibility built into this ordinance, though, in that the first range of flexibility is the baseline. Then there's a bonus, which is by right, just based on the design or the articulation or the green building. Above and beyond that, there's still a zoning administrator's adjustment for an additional 10% above and beyond. So if it were a little bit above what's in the community, there's a fairly easy process that Plum added to allow for that, which a subdivision could use since they're already going through a discretionary process anyway. It wouldn't add any time. If they wanted something more than that, they would go through the variance process. And again, if it were found that we could make the findings for that because it was unique circumstances, similar for that particular area, that could also go through at the exact same time that the subdivision maps were being considered. So it would not add extra time to the development process.
So, colleagues, there is a section I really want to highlight, and that's the residential floor area districts. This could be stimulated by applicants or the council office, and under these circumstances, that we can add a new RFA residential floor area district that will permit neighborhood-specific RFA limits that are higher or lower than established by this ordinance.
Yes.
So it gives you that flexibility. It's intended for areas where a majority of the community members wish to raise or lower the FAR in order to preserve the existing character of a unique neighborhood. So that flexibility is built in. So if you're in a neighborhood where billionaires want to move in, and that's great, it's great for the city, great for the economy, and they want bigger houses, they got to convince each other we all want billionaires with huge houses. But if you have an area where we want to keep our Spanish style, our craftsman scale, and the majority of the neighborhood wants it that way, then you could lower that FAR by applying for this district. So it gives us the flexibility to determine how we want to maintain our neighborhoods. So that is a feature that I'm hoping gives us that sense of how can I say this? The sense of the fact that we're listening and that we're addressing the priorities of the community. But it will take work, and it will take a process that can be hopefully reinforcing the character of the neighborhood. So that being said, colleagues, I invite you to more questions. It's been over 2 years of discussion. I'd love to get a unanimous vote on this. If we do have other issues, there's no reason why we can't come back and deal with those specific concerns through an amendment process, knowing we'll have our public hearing, knowing we're going to hear all the interest groups and the stakeholders for that particular issue. But let's allow this to get in the books. Let's save our neighborhoods. Let's provide a type of discussion that provides and promotes the flexibility to develop our own sense of destination based on this ordinance. So I encourage an aye vote, and I encourage unanimous vote. And if it's unanimous, let's move it forthwith. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. Our next speaker, who will be concise and focused and within time, his own time, in his own way, Tom LaBonge.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perry. Mr. Reyes, thank you for your leadership. Almost 3 years of 4 hearings in your committee, which tried to balance it out. And you have a very difficult job as the chair of Planning and Land Use, and you do a wonderful service to us all, because you listen to everybody, then make the right decision as we move forward. And as our professional planners have said, there is opportunity to need the change. Other cities around Los Angeles has adopted this. Who's from Beverly Hills there? They spoke. They stood. Who's from Beverly Hills? You identified themselves. Maybe they went back to Beverly Hills. But Beverly Hills has this ordinance. Beverly Hills has this ordinance. But it's tougher, more restrictive. The people of Pasadena asked for it. The people of Santa Monica asked for it. Los Angeles is one of 88 cities in this county, and we have to step up and protect it. And this map, as Mr. Reyes has said, members, I hope you all look at that. It's a lot of your area throughout the San Fernando Valley, areas that are going to be protected from things that should not happen. Not what they originally designed the houses for. The city of Los Angeles is a city of great neighborhoods, and the only way we keep it that way is we protect them. So I want to thank the planning staff, I want to thank the planning commission, and I want to thank Jane Usher, who's here. Jane, give yourself a little acknowledgement. Thank you for that. This time has come. It's extremely important, because what will happen is we will lose the character of our city unless we have this protective measure for not oversizing and losing characters of our wonderful architecture throughout, all the way from Chatsworth to San Pedro, from Boyle Heights to Venice. Thank you very much. I ask for an aye vote and an urgency clause on this.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge, and thank you for coming in on time.
1:14 minutes. Back to you.
That's right. Back to me. Back to me. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas, you're next.
Real quick before I offer my amendments, when it comes to the 20% bonus, what does the person have to do in order to earn that opportunity?
There's baseline FAR. There's 3 ways you can get 20%, and this is not...
So they have to comply with one of the 3 or all of the 3?
Only one of the 3. It's an or. And the first one is proportional. That is, the base floor or the first floor of the building, whatever floors are on top of that can only be up to 75% of that base floor. There's no design restriction as to how that can be. It can be designed any way, but it's just the 75%. The second way is to articulate the front of the building so it's not a flat front, and that's really to not have a box-like look from as you drive down the street and you look at the neighbors. The third way is for meeting the green building lead for homes.
Okay. And then also for a 10% increase, they have to go through a zoning administrator adjustment?
That would be discretionary approval. The 20% is just by right. It's, go to building and safety and show your plans. Then to get the 10% above that would be a zoning administrator adjustment, and then anything beyond that would go into a variance process.
Okay. So there's a process for 10% and then a total of 30%. And so if somebody wanted to go to 30%, they would have to meet one of the 3 needs and also go through a zoning administrator adjustment, right?
Correct.
Correct? The combination of. Okay.
Right.
Now, where is the hillside ordinance similar to this but applicable to hillsides? Where's that process?
Yes, it wasn't mentioned that this applies to the flat areas and non-coastal. It does not apply to hillsides. There's 2 parts to hillsides, and there are some hillside areas that are technically, they're in the hillside ordinance right now, but their slopes are not really hillsides, and that with our technology, we can map better than we did years ago. So we said that we would come back to, within 100 days after this gets adopted, we'd come back to CPC and have this apply to those areas that are actually flat but are technically mapped as hillside. We're working on that now. For the areas that are actually hillside, We have begun a little preliminary work on that, and we plan to move into that as soon as
Okay.
this gets adopted.
So if everything goes well within a year, that process should have been done.
Yes, we would
Okay.
hope so.
Within a year from now. I'd like to offer 2 amendments to this ordinance. The first amendment has to do with that the 400 square foot garage space, that it not affect the square footage of the home, to move that number from 400 square feet to 600 square feet before anything above that would affect the size of the square footage of the home. And that be applicable to new subdivisions of 5 units or more. That amendment apply to new subdivisions of 5 units or more. Because right now it reads 400 square feet, and then after that it starts to impact the size of the square footage of the allowed for the home.
Okay.
And then the second amendment would be that this ordinance, if passed, would sunset 12 months from now if, in fact, the Hillside ordinance has not passed the council. So in other words, I don't want inequity. I don't want us to see us drag on to 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2014, 2015, and then all of a sudden, for some crazy reason, we don't have a Hillside ordinance, yet if you don't live on a hillside, this applies to you, but if you live on a hillside, it doesn't. So that's why I asked what the process is. You said 100 days. I talked to the chairman of the Plum Committee, and it sounds like a year should be plenty of time for us to master that ordinance and get it done.
Well, understand the 100 days was only for the areas that are not technically hillside. It's taken us 2.5 years to work out this ordinance in the flats. So I would not make a promise that we could have, the
Yeah.
hillsides are complicated, that there'd be any way that we could have an ordinance ready and prepared within 1 year. We certainly would
Well,
work as
let me
diligently as we
See what
could.
the chairman of the Plum Committee has to say on that.
My goal is to get these done as soon as possible, but I don't want to implement laws and ordinances that can't work.
Correct?
So if our staff is telling us that they might need more time, then let's shoot for that 1 year to get this done. And if we need more time, we'll know. But
Okay.
we're pushing hard to get these things done.
I understand what you're saying. So instead of being 1 year, I'll make it 2 years instead of 1 year. But my point is this, and what a sunset would do is we would have to have another vote on this same ordinance if we don't make any changes to it in order to reenact it. You follow what I'm saying? If for some reason the Hillside ordinance isn't done. Again, what I'm afraid of is that we're going to have a Hillside ordinance that never happens. And that's not fair to the people who live in Arleta. There are no hillsides in Arleta. But it's not fair to them when we're not applying similar laws to people who live in the Laurel Canyon area, which, with all due respect, the average income in the Laurel Canyon area is much higher than my community of Arleta. And that's my main point. I just want fairness. And without that amendment, I can't vote for it because I see this all the time, and it wouldn't be fair. And again, Chairman, all that means is this ordinance would stand for 2 years. If we see that for some reason the Hillside ordinance isn't happening, then we could go ahead and have a vote of the council, lickety-split, and then just continue it until perpetuity, just without my vote.
Councilman Cardenas, if there's anyone who tries to create an equal playing field, it's probably those of us who represent districts that have more than 40% poverty in their districts. And you have my commitment that we're going to move that ordinance as quick as possible, but I don't want to do a sloppy job. I want to be very careful about how we move forward. So if the 2 years creates that comfort zone for you so that we can have unanimous vote so that we can move this forthwith, I'll commit to the 2 years.
Yeah. That's why I said 2 years. You know,
That's
if one
fine.
is too tight, 2 years. And again, all it means is that for some reason, for some legal reason, what have you, can't get it done and turned, then we just have a revote of this one and continue it.
I'm going to shoot to get it even sooner than that, but I know the staff is working really hard with limited resources. I did want to ask you this, Councilmember. The amendments you have proposed, because we've worked so hard to look at how those details impact neighborhoods, I would like to ask if you would consider us moving the ordinance and follow up tomorrow or Friday with a motion that moves that language as an amendment, so that way we can study that in committee and allow for everyone who's worked so many years to get to those specific numbers to understand what that means. Because they are ranges and differences that are nuances in different neighborhoods, and I would like to give everyone that respect and the courtesy to study what is it that you're proposing. Because it might sound like minutia, but I think it impacts whole neighborhoods. So could I get your cooperation at that point?
I understand in the spirit of cooperation what you're asking of me, but the problem is a subsequent ordinance commenced tomorrow could take 2 years.
No, I'm talking about the amendment.
That's my
to
point.
this ordinance, not the hillside. They're two different things.
No, I understand, but what you're saying is, are you asking me to forego my amendment to this motion and then forego that and then just put it in the form of a separate motion tomorrow?
If you please, so that we can vote on this and move it, and we'll absorb. I commit to you that we'll calendar it for commission, have that discussion, and then calendar it to Plum as soon as possible. We can turn that around in about 3 months. It'll give us the chance to have that public discussion to understand what your amendments are doing to the ordinance. It's very delicate, and we've gone through these figures with very painstaking measures.
I understand what you're asking of me. The problem is by separating it into a separate motion means that I would have to vote on something that I'm not ready to vote for as is. So that being the case, I appreciate that.
Then let's have the discussion now, and we have to take this.
Okay, how would that 600 square feet garage setting impact this motion compared to the 400 that came before us today?
Well, the 400 square feet was arrived at because we required 2 parking spaces, and that's the size of that garage. We heard testimony, and I think you heard some of it today, from people who still felt that we should not be exempting any garage at all. We heard that from a number of neighborhoods. So, and those are areas where they have detached single-family garages. So, again, you're talking about it in terms of subdivisions. That's a different area. We would have to consult with the city attorney and have something drafted so that it only applied for that area. It's not what's in front of us here today.
So what is in front of us today does not apply to subdivisions?
It does, but it doesn't have special exemptions that are different for subdivisions. It's just 400 square foot exemption for every single family property. So it's not something that we could do on the floor at this moment. It's something, as Councilmember Reyes said, we could come back with. We're going to be coming back in 100 days to CPC. We've already promised to do that. So we could say that we could study that and be back with it at that point.
So do you agree that we couldn't change the 400 square feet to 600 square feet on the floor today and make it part of the ordinance?
For the record, Sharon Cedar of Cardenas City Attorney's Office. Councilman, because the language that you're proposing is not currently in the ordinance, what it would mean is that if you adopted the amendment today, the ordinance would go over again for first reading next week, and we would have to try and prepare the language and get it in front of you
That's what I figured.
within that time. Yeah. But I have another question. In terms of your sunset clause, this ordinance does a number of things. It adds a definition of residential floor area. It creates a limit on the amount of floor area in certain zones. It adds a new height district that can be placed on properties right now, just like we do 1L, 1XL, or height district 1. This would be a single family. We have that, and we also have the authorization or the establishment of a new supplemental use district that would be for floor area. And so I guess my question to you would be, do you want all the provisions that are in the ordinance to sunset, or are you just talking about the limits on the floor area?
Oh, no, the entire motion to sunset. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Well, The thing is, to add to what you asked of me, we would have a second vote a week from now on this item anyway, and then they would actually let us know if that language technically can be done and if it fits.
We'll do our best to get it for you. If the ordinance went over for a week, then we would have it for you.
Well, Councilmember, I would hope that the amount of work we engaged for the past almost 3 years, that these issues you brought up today could have been engaged then. So I'm going to ask that we move forward with the ordinance as it is, because the amendments that you are promoting, I can't tell you honestly right now how it'll affect the different neighborhoods that have been involved in this process. And I would rather make a decision that's informed and not include the amendments now, but include them later after we understand what it means.
Okay, I'll take your earlier commitment to fast track my amendment on the garage issue, and that's the one you're speaking to right now, right? But
Yes.
the 2-year sunset, you're not speaking to that. That's
No,
fine.
it's talking about the garage.
All right. So tomorrow we will introduce an ordinance, and I will work with you on that. You will work with me on that, and then I'll introduce it tomorrow on the garage space.
I appreciate that very, very much.
Okay. Thank you.
So, council members, Mr. Cardenas, for clarity, you were withdrawing the first part of your motion?
Correct.
Keeping the second part with the sunset clause. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you very much. And colleagues, I stand today in support of this motion. And many of you may recall, greater than 3 years ago, we stood here when we had the first anti-mansionization ordinance in the city of Los Angeles in Sunland Tujunga. And I don't know if Cindy is still here. And Sunland Tujunga worked for an entire year to get that language together. And when we stood up here and adopted it, a lot of the colleagues stood up and said, we want one in our district. And I think the planning department all of a sudden looked at, oh my goodness, what's going to happen here in that area. And we learned a lot, even in that first ordinance, as to how to protect. And in Sunland Tujunga, these were not extremely wealthy parts of the city. This was an area where there were 4,000 square foot lots where 4,000 square foot homes were being built. And the community said, we want to take back our community. And when you talk about mansionizations or McMansions, whatever you want to call it, everyone has an idea in their head because they've seen it. They've driven by it. It's in their neighborhood. It's in someone else's community. And when we had this debate, and I have to say I have had some heated debates in my district because after we passed the Sunland Tujunga first mansionization ordinance, Valley Village, Valley Glen, Studio City, Sherman Oaks, all came to me and said, we want one in our district. And when we went to the planning department, they said, we need to look at something that is citywide, and Mr. Labange introduced the motion to say, let's look at this citywide. But a lot of the discussions were about property rights and the importance of that. And I understood that. But what I said to people was the fact that right now we regulate how high your buildings can be. We regulate how far back you can go. We regulate a number of things within a person's ability to build on their own lot. This is updating it. This is saying what is happening now that we would have never anticipated in some of those communities and neighborhoods. Now, one of the other things that I think is important is, as mentioned, one size does not fit all. Clearly that is the case. That is why in Sunland Tujunga we made changes, and we have an ICO currently because we were waiting for the citywide mansionization ordinance to come forward. And I have to thank Mr. Reyes and Ms. Usher because in both instances, both the Planning Commission and in the Plum really listened to people who came and talked and tried to address some of the individuals, whether they be developers or homeowners, on how it would actually work. Because it is complicated, it is not easy, and each neighborhood is different. Parts of Valley Village have larger homes. If you are west of the Laurel Canyon and east of Laurel Canyon, there are ranch-style homes. In different parts of the valley, whether you are south of Ventura Boulevard or north of Ventura Boulevard, there are different ways in which people look at what mansionization means. But for many of us who grew up in the valley or other parts of the city, you do want to keep that neighborhood feel. And Ms. Sarkin brought you may recall, Lisa, there's 4 houses, but there was recommended 7 houses. And we had a long debate and battle, I guess I would say, and getting it down to 4 homes. And I think what we have to look at is this is a great step in trying to manage in our city and to ensure that people have property rights, and at the same time, the next door neighbor who may live next door to it, in one of the pictures, has the same rights as the person next door, has the same rights to say, I want to make sure that someone's not looking into my neighborhood. I want to make sure there's enough space and that there are ways in which it cascades back. And again, I think that the committee, and my staff was there at every single committee meeting, looked at ensuring that there was some consideration to make sure we weren't taking away people's rights and to balance it. And I think in this instance, maybe not everyone is happy, which means you actually did the right thing. And so I wanted to stand today, and I think, as mentioned, and Mr. Reyes mentioned, and I know I'm a little over, Ms. Perry, I'll be finished in just a minute, which is that we're going to learn from this and see where in actual, practicality in a day-to-day thing, how that works and how it will be impacted. And we'll probably come back with cleanup legislation, just like we did in Sunland, Tahunga. But I was amazed when I introduced that motion probably 3.5 years ago, the national attention given to that. National attention, because it was something that people could visualize. And our home is where we live and we raise our children and where we want to preserve that. But we also want to respect that maybe how someone designs their next, that we may not like it, but that's their right and ability to do that. And this was trying to balance that.
Thank you,
what
Ms.
we've
Grohl.
seen today. So I just want to say thank you very much, and that we will probably be coming back with amendments as it goes forward and it is implemented, but also thank the Planning Department for their hard work on this.
Thank you
effort.
very
Thank
much.
you to all of
Mr.
you.
Garcetti is our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And, my apologies earlier when I wasn't here for the RSO. I'm on jury duty and I have 5 minutes to get back to the courthouse, so I will be brief. And I wish I could be here for the vote because I'm a big supporter of it, but I wanted to just share my thoughts on this. First of all, thank you, Mr. Reyes, for the great work shepherding this through. I think it's easy out there sometimes in the press for people to say, oh, people are pro-density or anti-density. You're for an intelligently planned city, and I appreciate your leadership as our chair to make sure that we put the sort of buildings that need to be in certain parts of our community to protect those single-family areas that we all treasure so much in the city. Secondly, I want to thank Mr. Labange, who helped, shepherd this whole thing through as well, whose original motion got this going, and Ms. Gruhl, whose first home was kind of the case study that we all have. We noticed these, but this first case study that got things moving. Today, it reminds me of my childhood. I grew up in San Fernando Valley. I appreciated all the homeowner groups that are here. This is like the star-studded audience today. But for me, I grew up on Woodley Avenue in Encino, just a little bit north of Ventura Boulevard. It was a place where I could walk to Little League, where I saw cop cars every day that made me feel safe. We tended a little family community garden patch right there by the 101 on the other side where Tapia Brothers is. And I also remember what the Encino kind of community did to try to make something reasonable. And I remember what it was like to grow up on that street. The scale for a kid was pretty nice. When I drive back to Woodley Avenue, it's a totally changed place. Talk about spot zoning. It feels like there's some of those old ranch-style homes that are there, and then boom, there's a mega mansion right next to it. And there's no feeling of place anymore. And I think that's what this is about, that in different neighborhoods we have different ideas of what place means. Some are denser than others, some have a different architectural style, but we can't really build a sense of community and a place if we don't have the ability as well to limit what we have seen go off the deep end in recent years. And my second point, and I'll end on this, we've talked a lot about the environment around here, and last week we passed the largest green building ordinance in the nation. We can't continue to live the way that we do. We have to live within our means. We have to live modestly. These huge homes take up energy, they take up water, they take up all the things, the building materials, which then get put into our landfills, and we don't have any more room in them. There is a very long-term cost to living kind of cheaply and extravagantly in the short term. So I think this is good for two reasons. It's about creating our great neighborhoods and trying to bring them back and giving us some defense about that, but it's also about trying to live within our means in a city that so often has believed that we can just live as extravagantly as we want and there is no price to pay. So thank you all for the great work that you've done. Thank you to our council members members, and thanks very much, Mr. Rosendahl, for letting me go right before him so I can go back to jury duty. Don't forget to serve in jury duty. Thank you all.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I'd like to ask the kids from Browerman Elementary School, Wilshire Boulevard Temple, stand up and wave so the cameras can get you. There's our future, folks, and we want to protect our future. That's why we're for this ordinance. We want to make sure things aren't blown out of proportion. Great. Okay, just a couple of quick comments. We're going to lose a quorum and all this kind of stuff, so we have to go fast and so on. First, I want to thank Steve Gilbert, who lives in Brentwood, from the South Brentwood Homeowners Association, and your comment about getting with the Planning Department off and on from the Brentwood Neighborhood Council shows that we've been listening. When I got the first call from Dick Reardon, "Oh, Bill," I started to find out what was he talking about, and what we ended up really doing was the kind of approach where everybody has been involved in the process. And I just want to ask a couple of quick questions, okay? I know a neighborhood can change this ordinance to fit their community. What's the timeline for that change? How would they do it?
Quick answer. If they go through the residential floor area district, they could start doing that, and I know several people have already talked to us about it. They get it introduced, and then they work it out within their community. It's really however long it takes them to work out and agree within their neighborhood as to what they want.
Exactly. And what I have is 8 neighborhood councils. I involved every one of the neighborhood councils in the process. They had lots of discussions, and they built a consensus around the idea that we don't want a mansionization. We don't want to destroy our character and scale of our communities. That's where we live, and it's most important for us to do that. So everybody is on the same wavelength. But in Brentwood Park area, they had some concerns, big lots, rich people and all. And so we ended up working on an amendment that might satisfy their needs as a group. And so we put through a potential amending motion. Is that right?
Absolutely. That was because the portion of it was in 2 different zones, and one of them was more rural. We fixed that and made it RE20, working with you and with the community. We did that so that it's already in effect, so that there wouldn't be a lag time.
Right on. And I just want to thank Ed Reyes. This man's a blessing to all of us on the City Council. A lot of work went into this, and I'm delighted and honored to support my community and vote yes on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, followed by Mr. Zine.
Thank you very much. You had me at hello, so let me just say that. I'm not going to question the ordinance. I am going to support it today. I have a couple of concerns, one of which is I've been fighting for a number of years. I have an ICO for this very reason in the area of Granada Hills, that if I look at the map is not part of the ordinance. In fact, half my district is not part of this ordinance. When are they going to come back with something collateral? You mentioned it as far as the hillside districts, and how are you going to solve that problem? Because there are areas in my district that are flat as can be, but they're called hillside, and they're not. So how do
Those were the areas I was talking about to Councilmember Cardenas. Those are the areas where we committed to be back within 100 days. We've already started mapping those and separating out the ones that are actually flat from the ones that are true hillsides. Those will be moving forward on a fast track.
Okay, and we'll have an opportunity to see that map.
Of course.
Because before, sometimes what's going on in Plum, not necessarily everybody that's not on Plum doesn't see it. Okay. Or what's going on in the commission doesn't see it necessarily. So I want to just make sure that map is circulated, particularly for those of us that have those hillside areas that are really affected by that. And secondly, and I do have some concerns, and still, walk me through it, if you will, quickly and very quickly, the issue of the subdivision. When you said there are areas that are going to be like infill, and we have protections for that. But sometimes we want those changes. Sometimes they're significant in value to that. And I had always thought that the subdivision process allowed us to really craft an individual project to the needs of the community, whereas you're doing this baseline overarching ordinance that sometimes would then be more restrictive, forcing us to go to a conditional use or a variance process, clogging up the system even more. And anyone that deals with planning knows we don't want to clog up that system anymore. It's already clogged up. So why do we need to do this? Why not exempt subdivisions? Because there is that whole separate process that takes place.
The separate process is really the division of land, and you can add conditions to the subdivision, to the track map regarding that. it doesn't change the actual zone. If you're going to actually change the zone requirements, then you'd have to do something different, which would be a different part of the code. So that's why we talked about it, that you're talking about actually changing the zone requirements. Some subdivisions and some large projects go through, a number of them ask for specific plans when they're very large because they want their own tailored zone. Another way to do it would be through this residential floor area district if it's a large area. If it's a small area, then what we're talking about is probably an adjustment or a variance to fit an area that's just a few lots within an established neighborhood. And again, it would depend on the, you could also do a planned residential development, but that's really for large areas. So in the small areas, it would really depend on the community and the neighbors, whether it's a subdivision and a division of land or just building 5 houses on existing lots.
Okay. And then finally, for those who have said, and I concur, that the best way to do this would have been in our community plans.
Yes.
But so they understand that our community plan process, if it holds to the budget plan that we have, will take 7 years to do. And a lot of tremendous damage can be done to communities in 7 years.
Exactly.
But if we go through this new process that Gail has outlined, where we can craft these kind of issues in the community plan, which makes more sense, then at the end of 7 years, or whenever we complete that cycle, will we no longer then need this ordinance? Can we put those protections in the community plans specifically?
We would still probably want the ordinance because as we're going through community plan by community plan, this keeps the base for the city as a whole. But as you go through each community plan, each area can tailor what it needs within
and that's
that
what I said,
area.
at the end of that cycle, which is hopefully 7 years away, then we will no longer need this baseline because we've created and crafted for each community the
Right.
real need for the community.
Right, and that's our plan to do exactly that.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. The communities of Tarzana, thank you for being here. And we have continuing concerns with Walnut Acres, with Reseda Ranch, Medley Acres in my district. Large lots, when the valley was developed, they were large, animals, agricultural, and Pierce College, that surrounding area. There's been a lot of concern about maximization in that community, where the developer will buy a plot large and build a large, or attempt to build a large residential. A lot of them spec, and then the community is very concerned. I know they're very pleased with this ordinance that's taken effect, which is a major part of my district in the southwest San Fernando Valley. The concern that I hear from the developers is that this is the gloom and doom, that they won't be able to develop, they won't be able to build housing. And it's interesting, we heard the folks earlier about affordable housing, and now we're talking about $1 million housing, I mean, on the same day, both sides of the scale. Can you address the concerns of the developers? We had a little sidebar earlier with their concerns on subdivisions and how they can still develop residential housing for the high-end market. We know we got the high-end, we got the medium, we got the low-end market. How will they still be able to produce the product that people oftentimes wish to purchase with this ordinance that's taken effect?
Correct. It's following up on what I was explaining to Councilmember Smith, that the one issue that still seems to be out there is the concern when people are doing subdivisions, and that because it's a subdivision, the homes will remain there after the property has been divided. They will be part of the community. So it really needs to be looked at in the same way as if someone were coming in and building 5 or 10 homes on existing lots. The issue is not really so much that it's creating new lots as it is what are the homes going to look like, how compatible are they with that neighborhood. If they are significantly larger than what's being proposed here, then they have several choices, and that's going through the adjustment process or going through a variance process, or if it's a very large subdivision, doing something where they actually have a separate district for that area. So that would be those would be the different ways. It wouldn't take them any longer. We wouldn't be delaying the process.
So there are options that it won't put them
Absolutely.
out of business. But clearly, if the community
No.
wants it in scale,
Yes.
as we see in many areas, I grew up in the Hollywood area. We had single-family residents, and I've seen what's happened with the transition to mansionization in that area. La Cienega, Melrose, Fairfax area,
Right.
Sweetser, those areas where you see these large developments take place. And I know that is not the environment that people were used to. We have the same thing in the valley. So there are options for them. It's
There
not
are
that they're put out of business, they won't be able to do any kind of a project.
Exactly, and the larger the lot, the larger the house that's allowed. So it's flexible. It's not that there's one size fits all, as you heard. There's many, many gradations in the different zones and in the different size lots. So they're certainly not all the same.
And the communities in this region, how many of the communities outside of the city of Los Angeles, surrounding Beverly Hills, Burbank, Glendale, et cetera, how many of them have a similar ordinance on mansionization?
I know that Santa Monica, Pasadena, Beverly Hills all do have similar or more restrictive. They're a little different, but they're equally as restrictive or mostly more restrictive than what's being proposed here. And yeah, and looking statewide, there's only the city of San Francisco is the only one that's anywhere close to where we currently are. Every other city is more restrictive than we are.
And this has taken 2 years to come to this
That
point?
is allowing, stricter than what would be in this ordinance.
And this has taken 2 years of hearings and process to get to this, 2 years of hearings and process to get to this
Yes.
point today?
Yes, yes.
And I know Mr. Cardenas mentioned about the hillside. That's going to be coming back in a short time for another
the
review?
two parts. The part where the hillsides that are technically hillside but that are actually flat, we're already mapping, and we hope to have those back shortly. The parts that are actually hillside, where we have to go and look at the hillside ordinances and figure out how to, what the appropriate scale is on hillside lots, that will take the longer period of time.
And just one final question. Other than the hillside, are there any other areas that aren't covered, or is everything going to be covered with the hillside inclusive?
That we have not covered the coastal zone, and that was because it also would require the approvals from the Coastal Commission, and it's another whole process. They have several other regulations. So that's the only area that is not covered within this.
All right. Thank you. Madam President, thank you.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much, Madam President. A lot has been said, but I simply wanted to thank again the Planning Department. This is a real remarkable approach that we took to this, because I strongly believe in community participation in our planning decisions. Here, the community certainly participated throughout the drafting of this ordinance. Not only that, through the neighborhood-specific FAR, they will also get to decide the future of their neighborhoods if they so wish, and participate when they want to make their neighborhoods the way they want to be. Great and creative way of moving forward in our planning decisions. Thank you so much for your work. Eric, I noticed how excited you were about this throughout the whole process. Keep that up. We need more people like you in the planning department. There's a lot already. There's everyone there, but he surely shows an excitement in making sure we have greater neighborhoods. So thank you so much. Not much more to say. A lot has been said, and thank you all for your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. LaBonge.
I just wanted to rise and thank my colleagues, Councilman Huizar and Weiss, for going through this process in committee. We endured those hours together, so thank you so much. And with Councilman LaBonge and the staff, of course, thank you for all your hard work. But Mr. LaBonge's permission, I'd like to call the question.
Thank you. Question has been called. Madam Clerk, please open the roll. Mr. LaBonge called the question, so that's why you were not calling him.
The question.
Oh, okay. You're okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
So you take your name off the queue. Okay.
you call the
So with that, we'll be voting on the actual item before us. Madam Clerk, please.
And Madam President, just for the record, it will include a sunset clause, and it shall read as follows. The provisions of this ordinance shall sunset 2 years from the effective date of the ordinance unless the City Council acts by resolution to extend these provisions.
It's supposed to be voted on? You made two, but I didn't know that to be voted on. You're okay with a sunset clause? That's a challenge. Make it 3 years, because this, wait, point of information.
We
Point of
did-
information.
we did have the call for the question,
If we're
but-
going to do a sunset clause, just a point of information here, for 2 years, this took 3 years to get here, I think we should support a 3-year sunset clause to be fair. Just to be fair, Tony. Just to be fair. So,
Okay, we have not voted on the calling the question, so
but I think that's
do you want to
right.
hold off, Mr. Labange, and let Mr. Cardenas respond?
Sure. Yeah.
Mr. Labange, the difference between now and 3 years ago, now we're not starting from scratch. 3 years ago, we were starting from scratch. There's a lot more work that's been done. A lot has been learned about it. There's a lot more information out there at the staff level, the committee level, et cetera. So that's why I asked of the chairman of the committee if 2 years was comfortable. And it's not the end of the world, Tom. All that means is 2 years from now, if for some reason the Hillside ordinance isn't ready, then we re-vote of the council and continue this ordinance. It's
I
not the
understand,
end
but
of
I
the
think
world.
these people came down here and worked real hard. Mr. Reyes and their committee worked real hard. And I would just say that would do that. I'm not going to the city attorney. City attorney, make a recommendation for me right now.
If I could just jump in, as crafted by our city attorney, the sunset clause extends it 2 years, and then it could be extended further by resolution.
Exactly.
By resolution. Okay, good. Thank you. Not by order. Thank you. That clarifies. That means we always will have the votes to continue it if we do it by resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as read with the amendment by Mr. Clerk, we will move that item forward. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Congratulations to everyone. Thank you.
Forthwith in an urgent matter.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I think if we could just take item 15 and 35. There are cards from the public. Mr. Zumadog. Not open the roll on items 15 and 35. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 27, called special for cards from the public.
Mr. Zumadog. It's not here. Do we have people in the Valley? Sharon Brewer, Miriam Fogler, or Donna Pearman? Yes, Ms. Fogler?
Yeah, Sharon had to leave. Well, I'm stay around, but I don't like what you're doing here to put these things here that have no controversy. Just have people be heard, and I get you're going to rubber stamp it anyway, so you might as well hear us first and then do your controversial issues like the mansionization. And because it's costing the city a lot of money with the city attorney sitting there. It's better just to get the meeting done, and you weren't trying to save money here for your special fee waivers here. Let me have the list. Examples. A lot of these things you have on here, a lot of people can be paying for this instead of having the city pick up the tab as usual. And I know you didn't want the budget process to be heard, but that's what's happening here. Such as, I don't know why you got to have the World Feast be waiving the cost if they're charging the people going in $7 to get in. And I don't know if that money's going to come to the city. Keep Sun Valley beautiful event. And that's $1,500. I don't know why Cardenas is throwing all this stuff here. Cinco de Mayo they could have been serving, and I don't know how much has been given back to the city. And this is not right. This is absolutely a shameful thing to do, to go ahead and tax the people for these things, special event fee here. And of course the convention waiver too is Science and Fair, and that's 29. Which, of course, she was going to talk on, Sharon, and that's a good thing, but it should be picked up by the LAUSD. But this is ridiculous. All these different programs, they could be picked up and they could be giving it back to the city. And some of them are pretty good, but some of them, they could be, like I said, our city needs to be paid back.
Thank you very much. Is Sharon Brewer or Donna Pearman there, please?
Donna Pearman.
Okay, tell Mr. Garcetti I miss him. I can't wait for the day when that I don't have to come down to talk about fee waivers. Our city is falling apart. People are losing their homes to foreclosure. You have much more homelessness, and we don't have affordable housing, but you waive fees. I say all these fees should be paid by the council members in their district. Trust me, we would have zero fee waivers. Let's talk about the biggest ones. Echo Park Community Parade on December 13th for $5,794. So I hope our Garcetti is at the parade, something for females and gay members to look at, gay males to look at. And more events, relay for downtown LA, 10,802. Of course, International Workers' Day on May 1, May Day Parade, Cinco de Mayo celebration, 4,540. I personally feel people at these events can pay for their own events. Especially immigrants' rights. Put your money where your mouth is. World Fest 2008, Keep Sun Valley beautiful. Annual Summer Carnival, Mar Vista Neighborhood Block Party, Annual Mother's Day celebration. People are starving, children are starving, but you waive fees. Vote no on this.
Thank you very much. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item 27 and close the roll. Tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 28, called special for cards in the public.
Yes. Miriam Fogler, Donna Pearman.
Yes, hello. Yeah, again, we got another one, special fee waiver here for the LA Fiesta Broadway. Yeah, and this has got to stop, these fee things, you know. Can't believe you put something on the Mother's Day celebration, too. You voted for that. I don't know why you don't want to represent the public here. I thought you're supposed to be caring and taking care of the administration of the city here, and instead you're allowing these fees to go through. This is not right what you're doing, spending our money, and nobody's paying it back. How do you expect the city to continue to function? It's no wonder that you want to cut back and cut services and then raise fees and all that, because you got to compensate for all this stuff. Where do you think money comes from? So obviously you want to take it from the people, and I don't know, this is human nature. I don't know why. It seems to be this way for the last thousands of years. The leaders have always wanted to oppress the people who are broke or not rich. The rich always want us to oppress the poor, and I don't know why it seems to be that way in history and humankind. Why you got to have this? I don't know why this is happening, but this has got to stop. And if you have any remorse of what you're doing to our city here, putting these fee waivers, to think about what you're doing, because you're before God, and He can see what you're doing.
Thank you. Donna Pearman.
Okay, I said number 20. I'm Donna Pearman. Number 28 is ridiculous. LA Fiesta Broadway for $162,977. No wonder you didn't want to do it last time. This is a lot of money. And the event sponsor is putting $80,000 in the general fund. Is that a payback for the $162,977 amount? Who exactly is this sponsor? All Access Entertainment. How do we know if it's paid back? What is this LA Fiesta Broadway? Is it a Hispanic event or a Hollywood event? Will you have searchlights at this event? Where is this event? $162,977 for an event most people won't even know anything about. Maybe if it's All Access Entertainment, the big stars of Hollywood are going. Let's vote against number 28, but I know it's dun 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 dun. Close the roll. Close the roll. Dun 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 dun. Tabulate the vote. Dun 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 dun. 12 ayes. I know you'll pass it right away, but please vote no.
No.
Thank you. Ann Nguyen.
Good afternoon, Ann Nguyen on behalf of the Downtown Center Business Improvement District. We're here to express concern that the organizers have yet to reach out to all of the stakeholders impacted by this event. In particular, the DC bid has approximately 6 blocks impacted by the festival. There's still unresolved issues of cleanliness, safety, and economic impact. Although Councilmember Weezar's office facilitated a meeting for stakeholders last week, The main event organizer failed to appear and many questions are left unanswered. We ask that you hold the event organizer accountable for stakeholder impact and outreach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I had a chance to talk with Mr. Huizar at the beginning of this council meeting, and there's still a number of outstanding issues, and I would like to, I guess, verbally introduce a motion that we work together in the 9th District and the 14th District to look at the possibility of keeping the main stage at First and Broadway to keep the tie-in to Fiesta Broadway, but moving the location next year so that it is in the Civic Center area and doesn't impact businesses or residential buildings, and we can move it perhaps First and Broadway and then make a right on First Street and then go up Main Street to Olvera Street so that we can minimize the impact. This year has been particularly rough, I think. The number of emails I think Mr. Huizar and I both received were significant, and while the bulk of the festival is in the 14th Council District, I'd like to work with him to see what we can do to make sure that these things don't happen again next year.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. We'll consider that a friendly amendment to that item. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item 28, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Next item?
Item 29, called special for cards from the public.
Yes, I believe Ms. Sharon Brewer has left from the San Fernando Valley, so that item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item number 29, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Next item?
Item 33, called special for cards from the public.
Yes, Donna Pearman and Miriam Fogler, and the city attorney has indicated to me that each of you have 1 minute remaining.
Go ahead. Go. Go.
I can't. You don't have my notes. Just real quick. Okay, this is Donna Perriman. I'll talk about the concert on the lawn and the Pershing Square downtown ice event. One has passed, one has no date. How can you take the money and put it in another fund? These make no sense. I don't pass it.
Ms. Fogler?
Hello.
Ms. Fogler, you have 1 minute.
Yeah, I'd like to see why we cannot have more programs like this, but is there a way that we can have more fundraisers for the city to have things like this for you to design? I know that you're probably using this for the concerts in the park and stuff. I'd like to, why it can't be detailed, let's see where it is. But, okay, why it cannot be detailed for the public to see here on the agenda, but I'd like to see that we can have more fundraisers like you do with the park, people who donate money to the 4th of July, so that they would so that they would be helping out the programs. So I'd like to see more like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Next item, I know, was called Special Item 34 by Ms. Hahn. We do have one card. Ms. Hahn, if we can first take the public comment card. Would you be all right with that? Mr. Sachs.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you. Arnold Sachs. I have a couple of concerns about this. Number one, when this item appeared before the LAWA committee, whatever, a few weeks ago, it was based actually on two contracts being okayed by the city, the LAWA commission. And so I'm concerned that you only want to take over one of the two contracts that were okayed recently by the LA City, the Airport Commission, because now you'll have one contract under the control of the city and one contract that's what it looks like to me, to the airport. And so that raises some concern. After going to the council the meeting yesterday at the airport, there's a lot of concerns. I don't know if she did right, I don't know if she did wrong, but the explanation you could have gotten out of that, it would be like Alice in Wonderland, and she took acid. And so there's a lot to be left that needs to be opened up and talked about this, and I'll bring up some conversations tomorrow at the commission hearing. But I'm just concerned that you have, by separating the authority of the two contracts. I think if you want to do that, take control of both contracts and don't separate them, or wait until the hearings tomorrow and then make the decision. But don't separate the contract. When it came before the committee, it was a planning, design, and then two other contingencies for one of the bidders, and then the other bidder was design, planning, and two other contingencies. And when I put a card in, I said, are you going to have two other contractors bid with all the other four contingencies? And it was laughable, but that's what you're looking at. And when the project is 4.5 years, 5.5 years behind schedule already, be right and do right. Thank you for your time and your answers.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Ms. Hahn, followed by Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, this is a 245 motion, and there has been a lot, particularly in the newspaper of late, about the processes that we use to award contracts out at LAX. And many of you saw some issues about the contract awarding for project management services to DimGym. That's received a lot of comments and questions. Just to answer the person that just came to the podium, we can't assert jurisdiction over that one because it's past our time to do that. However, the executive director of LAWA, Gina Marie Lindsay, is coming to my committee tomorrow to explain how that contract got awarded. This other one that we're asserting our jurisdiction over just was awarded a week ago Friday, so we're well within our jurisdiction time to assert this, which is why I brought it before the council today. We'll be hearing answers to that contract as well tomorrow, but I thought it was important on this one contract because it had similar issues as the first one. When there was a round of interviews done by a panel, one firm was rated number 1. On the second round of interviews, they became number 2, and the other firm became number 1. So there was just kind of enough questions on kind of what happened, was this proper? 2 of the commissioners at the airport refused to even vote on this one, and I heard from them separately that they did have some issues with this. So I thought it was a good opportunity to have transparency, to ask questions, and frankly, colleagues, I think the modernization of LAX is huge. It's important. It's something that I've been pushing for a long time. Clearly, we've fallen behind other airports in this country in terms of modernizing our facilities. It's important to the airline industry that we build more contact gates that it can accommodate the next generation of aircraft. But I think if we've got any kind of cloud, any kind of even perception that something wasn't quite right in how we awarded contracts, I think that's going to come back to hurt us in the long run. I would like to have these questions answered in public, so just to make sure that we're moving forward in the best way possible so we can get going and modernizing LAX. This is our prerogative to do, and I think in the Committee of Commerce, Trade, and Tourism, it's the right place to ask these questions out loud so that we can all feel a little more comfortable in moving forward with modernizing LAX. So I hope you will support me on this. Again, tomorrow, Gina Marie Lindsay is coming to my committee to answer questions on these contracts. If we are satisfied, which I'm sure we will be, with how she explains this, then we will just move this forward as quickly as possible and get on to modernizing LAX. So I appreciate your vote on this.
Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Just a quick comment. I must say this unabashedly. I've become a big fan of Gina Marie Lindsay and her leadership at LAX. She is truly a change agent. We're looking at an airport, folks, that has had nothing done to it since 1983. It's a dump, and it's time we brought it into the 21st century and made it what it needs to be. The contracts that are being let right now are significant. Significant because it's the first real punch at modernization that we need to have to go forward. We got $5 to $8 billion on the plate over the next bunch of years. The Green Line into the airport, the People Mover, the consolidated rental, the Tom Bradley renovation, and the Midfield Terminal. And we even have a creative strategy, thanks to Ms. Hahn, saying, why don't you backside the Tom Bradley terminal while we're moving forward so we can handle all the new jets. So I'm very happy with the leadership of Gina Marie. I'm very happy what you put in the status runway lights for safety and fighting with me for more tower personnel to work on issues. And so we're moving in the right direction. What will happen tomorrow is what I expect to happen, which is open, transparent discussion among all of us so we as a city can get behind 100% these modernization projects. It'll be a quick moment tomorrow. It'll go right on back to us for final action, and then we can start a timeline, folks, that we all can be proud of modernizing LAX and bringing it into the 21st century. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. For those people who have endured this meeting, we're going a little later than usual. I just want to point out that this is what democracy is about. We have a chairperson of a committee who's decided to exercise the authority of the City Council under her leadership to go ahead and 245 this action that is to the tune of millions and millions of dollars of actions that were taken by an appointed body, a very capable appointed body. And I want to thank them, the commissioners at LAWA, for the hard work that they do and the volunteer work that they do. But they are not elected officials. They don't act like it. They don't pretend to be. They know their role and responsibility. But this is the elected body of the City of Los Angeles, and there's a reason why the city charter affords us the responsibility and the authority to 245 items like this and to bring it in our purview, because once again it gives the public an opportunity to see in full view on the cameras recorded for history's sake and for scrutiny's sake, to see what exactly is going on. And I'm very proud to say that my experience with Gina Marie Lindsay has been completely positive. And I'm not saying that we always agree, but the fact of the matter is, when I talk to her, I get straight answers. When I talk to her, I realize her experience. When I talk to her and she doesn't have the answers, she makes sure that her or her staff get back to me responsibly with the appropriate, honest answers. And I think that's what we're going to expect. That's what I expect to see when Ms. Hahn's committee takes this up. We're going to get honest answers. We're going to get the truth. And I feel very strongly that we're going to see that things are working well over at the airport, and that any time in the future that the City Council feels it needs to exercise its responsibility, I hope that everybody from the mayor's office to the LAWA staff, to the commissioners, and to all of the bureaucrats realize that we are exercising our responsibility on behalf of the people of Los Angeles. This is their airport. It deserves this kind of scrutiny, and hopefully everything will turn out just fine, and that we will see that everything's okay, but in full light of the public, answering more and more questions every single time. So thank you, Chairwoman, for bringing this forward, and I appreciate the opportunity for us to take responsibility here and look into this further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zine.
Yes, I also want to acknowledge my colleague, Council Member Hahn, for this. I heard comments on the radio. This was brought about because of an employee or someone at LAX bringing information forward in a letter that apparently went to you regarding some possible improprieties. Is that correct? On this issue regarding the inquiry? Well, somehow, apparently an employee of LAX was concerned about some possible improprieties, and that's what's generated the inquiry that's going to take place? I heard that on the radio. I was just trying to clarify if that's what prompted this. Could you please?
Actually, there was an anonymous email that came from an employee at LAX that brought up some concerns about how these contracts were awarded. But I think beyond that, I think there was just a lot of concerns about how one firm on the first round went from first to last with the second round. So I think there was enough questions. The media has picked this up. There's been several articles written in the newspaper. So clearly the public, as Tony said, is paying attention to this. And I think it's our obligation, however the information came to light, that we use our ability to ask questions to just clear things up and make sure we move on. I was going to add that Jose's committee, Audits and Government Efficiency, is actually going to join Commerce tomorrow for a joint committee between Commerce and Audits to completely air this issue out in full public view.
Yeah, there's no allegation of impropriety by the general manager, though, just that there's some concern about the wording of the
Absolutely.
contract.
I don't think this is at all an indictment on Jeannie Marie Lindsay, and I'll say the same thing. I think she's a breath of fresh air out there, and I couldn't be happier with her leadership, particularly her forceful leadership, to move the modernization forward. But I think because of that, because of all of our efforts to modernize LAX, let's just get this behind us, ask enough questions so that the public also feels confident in how we're moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Han, do you want to add anything?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
He gave me the opportunity.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, next items?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Those will be posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Perry requests to be excused to arrive at 10:30 on May 7th and to leave at 11:30 on June 13th, both for city business. The motion is required.
Thank you. Mr. Smith moves. Mr. Zine seconds.
Councilmember Wesson requests to be excused Tuesday, May 13th for city business. The motion is required.
Yes. Mr. Rosendahl moves. Mr. Labange seconds.
And Councilmember Smith requests to be excused June 11th, 13th, 17th, 18th, 20th, 24th, 25th, 27th, July 1st, 2nd, 8th, 9th, and 11th, all for city business. A motion is required for the June 18th and June 25th dates. Yeah.
Ms. Han and Mr. Wiesar move.
That clears the desk, Madam President.
Thank you. I just want to make an announcement. Plum will begin 20 minutes from now, which I think will make it 2:30. In addition, Plum is in the Board of Public Works meeting room. And our budget meeting will begin within a half hour here in this room as well. If we could ask, we have adjourning motions, if we could ask everyone to please rise. If we could ask everyone in the council chambers to please rise. Just a few more people. Can't see who that is behind you, Mr. McQuiston, if you could ask them to please rise. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Before we begin, I just want everyone to know, and we'll do an official adjourning motion tomorrow, but Jerry Miller's mother, Joanne, who fell ill yesterday, passed away last evening, and so he is with his family, but we'll know more tomorrow. But our condolences and best wishes to his father and the rest of his family. Ms. Perry.
I was going to do that.
Ms. Han?
Thank you. And our prayers really go out to Jerry. I know that's really tough, and it was apparently sudden and unexpected. So all of our hearts and prayers go out to him and his family. I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Gloria Floyd, who passed away this Saturday at the age of 63. She was a resident of the Watts community, and she's survived by her 94-year-old mother, Sarah. She's survived by 3 children, Tessa, Gary, and Edward, 4 grandchildren, 2 brothers, Wilbert and Aaron, and her sisters, Betty, Janice, and Joanne, and Doris, and many nieces and nephews. I'd also like us to adjourn the memory of Brian Kluwer, who passed away at the age of 79. He was born in London and was a resident of Los Angeles since the early 1960s. He was a radio personality and the host of Cynic's Choice, a program of British comedy and music that aired in Los Angeles for more than 40 years. He also owned the Continental Shop for British Foods and Other Goods in Santa Monica. But I became to know Brian because he was the very first host of the LA County Christmas program that my father started in the early 60s. And this was 12 continuous hours of holiday music. It was from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. It was held at the Dorothy Chandler. First it was held at the Sports Arena. and then it was moved to the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, and he hosted that for 12 straight hours. He was the only host. Later on in the evolution of that program, they had several hosts that would take so many hours of the program. Of course, now because of budget cuts, the holiday program is only 3 hours every December 24th, only from 6 to 9 p.m. But Brian hosted that all 12 hours for many years in the beginning and was such an articulate, good-mannered host of that holiday program that he brought it great renown and great acclaim throughout the region. So I really wanted to make sure that we honored him today. He's survived by his wife Suzanne, his son Michael, 2 brothers in England, and several nieces and nephews.
Mr. LaBonge.
Members, I ask for you to adjourn in memory of Al Campanis, a 44-year Dodger executive, survived by his 2 sons, 5 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Any other adjourning motions? Yes, Mr. Zine.
President, I have 2. The first is Eleanor M. Weidman, passed away April 23rd, born May 22nd, 1923, a resident of Woodland Hills, member of St. Mel's Parish Monday Seniors Adult Club, was a parishioner at St. Mel's Catholic Church for 57 years. Be missed by her family and friends, preceded in death by her husband, Philip. Survived by a number of relatives, daughters, aunts, uncles, and grandchildren. May Eleanor M. Weidman rest in peace. And the second journey motion is a friend I've known for many years, Jerry Domain, passed away April 16th, born November 24th, 1927, in Illinois, oldest of 7 children. Was an avid supporter of the San Fernando Valley Symphony, a valued member of the Canoga-Winnetka Rotary, member of the American Legion, Woodland Hills Post 826, and president of the Greater Los Angeles Valley Arts Council. Worked at North American Aviation Los Angeles, moved to the Valley when Rocket Eye moved to Canoga Park. Taught business psychology at Pierce College, Mission College, and the University of Redlands. Was a business consultant to many firms in Los Angeles and the San Fernando Valley. Be missed dearly by his family, friends, and many members of the community. Survived by his wife of 57 years, Jean, 3 sons, and a number of other relatives. May he rest in peace. Jerry Domain.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Any other adjourning motions? If not, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. This meeting is adjourned. Again, the Budget and Finance Committee will start within a half hour, and the Plum Committee will start at 2:30.